Let the house please be in order. Please stand this morning as we are led in prayer. The gentleman from DeSoto, Representative Hale, will introduce our guest minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'd like to introduce the guys and girls from Team PAC, but Tim Salmons, he and I have been going to church now for quite a while up in South Haven, and I'm going to introduce him as the Team PAC leader. He's been here about 8 years, and he's going to introduce the pastor that's going to say our prayer this morning. Tim?
Thank you, Jeff. Thank y'all for letting us come here. I will be quick because I heard y'all had a late night last night. Team PAC is it's a hopeful organization, and we take young children and we teach them what y'all do, the ins and outs of it, how to write a bill, how to pass a bill, what it all means. So for me, it's kind of like seeing the future. My friend Lance here is going to say the prayer. I've known him for a long time. He is a great man, serves faithfully in his church, has 2 children, devoted to his wife, volunteer soccer coach. You name it, he does it, and he's honored to be here to say the prayer.
Well, good morning. First off, I don't want to give pastors a bad name. I'm not a pastor, but before I lead us in prayer, I was going to start with a quote, from Chuck Colson. I think you guys are familiar with him and what happened in his life, but starts off by saying, "Where is the hope? I meet millions who tell me that they feel demoralized by the decay around us. Where is the hope? The hope that each of us have is not in who governs us or what laws are passed or what great things we do as a nation. Our hope is in the power of God working through the hearts of people, and that's where our hope is in this country. That's where our hope is in life." Pray with me, please. God, I do thank you for all the legislators. I pray that you would be with them, guide them, give them wisdom to pass laws that are good for our state and our people. But God, we do know that they can't legislate morality and they can't change the hearts of people. So that's what I come before you this morning, and I pray that you would change the hearts of the people in our city, our state, and even our country. Forgive us for our apathy towards you. Forgive us for our sins. God, we do thank you for who you are, and most of all, we thank you for your son, Jesus, and it's his name I pray. Amen.
Salute pledge.
Open machine, Madam Clerk. Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
We will have the reading of the journal. The gentleman from Rankin, Representative Weathersby, moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committees.
We have reports on the calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of bills and constitutional amendments. The gentleman from Marion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introductions.
Is there objection? Hearing none, Mr. Clerk, we will follow that procedure. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of guests and visitors. Gentleman from Scott, Mr. Miles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to welcome in the North Gallery today with a gentleman from Newton, the Lake High School Student Council with their advisor, Miss Charlotte Street, and Miss Coach Brown with us today. Y'all stand up so everyone can see how pretty you look being from Scott County. welcome you to the Capitol.
Gentleman from Alcorn, Mr. Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Up in the North Gallery, I see two of my constituents. First is Brother Daniel Jones from Tate Baptist up there. He's down here with the Team Pack kids, and we appreciate having you. And up there above him is the legendary Sandy Childs Jones from Corinth. So make them feel welcome.
Lady from Forest, Miss McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce my Ward 5 Councilman, Jeffrey George. Would y'all please help me welcome him back to the Capitol? He's seated in the South Gallery.
Is he here? I believe the gentleman from Walthall has our special guest for today. They're not here. Correll informs me they are in the Senate, so we will go to the calendar. Motion to reconsider calendar. Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Scoggin.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring up item number 4, 771, and make a motion to table.
Gentleman's motion is to table. All those in favor of the gentleman's motion? All opposed have 5 minutes. Seeing none, question occurs on the gentleman's motion in favor. All those in favor of the motion to table indicate saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Alcorn, Mr. Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 2, motion to reconsider House Bill number 400, move to table.
Those opposed have 5 minutes. Gentleman from Washington, you're recognized.
Am I on? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not going to preach like I did yesterday, but I don't make motion to reconsider unless I have a reason. You can't hear me? Okay. I don't make motion to reconsider unless I have a reason. And this bill, 400, is a part of the national effort to suppress voting rights of people. And it makes you feel, it makes some of you feel real big and proud when you can put the screws to some poor people out there, some person that doesn't have the ability, some educated person, make you feel real proud that you can trot on them and use your power to suppress them. It is wrong. I say it's wrong because I have seen the development of the agenda to suppress the rights of minorities. And we have to have something, it ought to be a little bit of God in somebody here, because every day somebody get up there and pray to the Lord. But you don't criticize and you don't tell the Lord about the sins that are being committed here. You don't tell the Lord that the governor is depriving people of medical care and people are dying. You don't talk to the Lord about hospital closing. You don't talk to the Lord about mental health people. Yeah, but you want to be big and bold because you got power. You're Goliath. You're moving to destroy people and their rights. And it's wrong. I will never bring a preacher up here to say anything because I don't want him up here lying. I will never get up there and ask God to do anything in this house because I know we are not righteous here and we don't intend to do right. And that doesn't apply to everybody. No, I'm not talking to everybody. But I am talking about people who have power in their hand and have the ability, and yet we want to take certain rights away from certain people. To make everything a felony in this state is bad too. Because we're going to have to spend money to incarcerate those felons and to parole those felons. So we think that we're doing something big by creating more felons, but only thing you're creating is more expense to the state. I think I've spoken 5 minutes enough, but what I'm asking you, vote no on this motion to table. That's all I'm asking you, to vote no, because the bill is a bad bill. It doesn't do anything but help suppress the rights of people to vote. It ain't got nothing to do with color. It has everything to do with power, who wants to control the power. And the people that got the power now want to suppress other people that don't have the power, and that's wrong. I know speaking to deaf ears, but I had to get that off my chest. Thank you very much. Vote no.
Question now recurs on the gentleman's motion to table. All those in favor of the gentleman's motion signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Roll call is demanded. There is sufficient number. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the gentleman's motion to table, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 73 yeas, 40 nays, the motion prevails. Anything further on the motion to reconsider, calendar? Rules. Ways and Means. We will go to the general calendar. Chairman of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring up item number 1, House Bill 264, and introduce the committee stub.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Chairman recognized.
Introduce the committee sub, please.
I'm sorry, what?
We have a committee sub.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted in consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Chairman recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce the gentleman from Chickasaw to introduce the gentleman from Lowndes.
Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues from across the state, Daddy, are you ready for the main event? The gentleman introducing this next bill is coming to us off the top rope from New Hope. I'm talking about the kiss-stealing, wheeling and dealing, styling and profiling. Woo! The men want to be him and the ladies just want to be with him. Slide over for this backseat Casanova. I'm talking about the nature boy. Woo!
I'm more nervous now than I was when I got married here. Back in 1979, I believe. Have we got 264 pulled up? I was told with this voice I probably ought to read the whole bill. I probably won't. House I'm not sure what I'm doing here. Anyway, here we go. An act to amend section 5739-21, Mississippi Code of 1972, which requires certain standards that promote efficient energy use to be implemented during the design, direction, construction, and alteration of certain buildings, to extend the date of the repealer on that statute, and to update agency nomenclature and for related purposes. I see the flag in the back. Anyway, I'm good. That's my explanation of the bill. I don't want any questions. I'm afraid we've got an amendment here, right? When can I sit down? Right up.
I have an amendment at the proper time.
All right, you recognize for amendment.
We had a bill slip through the cracks to, as the federal government extends or redoes the freons and air conditioning, some of our code sections have it to where the cities and counties cannot adapt to the code to allow the new freon. This amendment simply just has that ability for them. That's it. Any questions?
Question? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill? Questions on the bill? Gentlemen?
Questions.
Gentleman from Scott, Mr. Mile.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
I don't want to, but I guess I have to.
Yes, sir. With this Energy Efficient Standards Act here, how many times would you have to win the world championship, you think, to get this passed?
I've won it 16 times.
16 times.
One more time, I'll get it done.
One more time to get it done.
Yes, sir.
Could you, just for everyone in the House, we hear a lot of, I'm not going to do it like the gentleman did on the mic earlier, but could you give us a woo one time?
Woo!
Woo! Gentleman from Choctaw, Mr. Hood.
Yeah.
Gentleman Newell. Gentlemen, I was looking at the bill and you replaced the word board with Mississippi Development Authority. Why'd you do that?
I didn't understand your question.
I looked at the bill and there were some changes made in it. On line 1, I think it went from board to Mississippi Development Authority. Why did you do that in this bill?
Because we wanted to.
Gentlemen, I've noticed on the website that you're recognized to have 16 World WWE Championships, but you claim 21. Can you tell me about those other 6 championships? 5.
Sit down, Joey. My mouth's getting dry. You need to hurry up, please.
One final question. What made you get out of wrestling and get into politics?
I love you people. I love you people.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Oh, my goodness. Easy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Sure. I heard that yesterday, sure.
Yeah. Why did they give you this bill?
Excuse me?
Why did they give you this bill?
I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Why did they give you this bill?
They don't like me. I'm going to look them up when I leave here.
So gentlemen, are there rebates attached to this bill?
Big time.
Okay. Can you tell us how much a person will be rebated?
The local governing authority is authorized to establish an inspection fee for $150.
Okay. Can you tell me what Freon tastes like?
I'll probably ask one of these appropriate professionals what that is.
So you don't know what Freon is?
I do not, no, sir.
Okay. So gentlemen, let me ask this last question. why did you always jump Dusty Rhodes when he was handicapped? Why you never fought him in a fair fight?
An absolute win. At all cost. I would like that to be all the questions, maybe.
All right.
Final passage?
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk.
No.
All right. Item 2. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas and 2 nays, the bill passes. Next item. Next item.
Well, we go from wrestling to drinking. I'll call up item House Bill 253.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and grows read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
I got an amendment, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
All right, I'll explain the amendment in the bill. The amendment puts in a reverse repealer. This is a DUI bill. As the House knows, every year I like to keep a DUI bill open to tweak it if we need to going forward through the process, and that's all this bill is. Puts a reverse repealer in and allows the code section for DUIs to stay open. Explanation of the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? Question on the amendment. Jump from Lawrence, you have a question? Okay. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
That's it.
Jim from Lawrence, you have a question? Oh, you have an amendment. Okay. Gentleman from Lawrence is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Speaker. This is, as the chair said, a DUI bill, so I know there will be interest in it one way or the other. My amendment doesn't affect DUIs per se. My amendment deals with the aggravated DUI section of the DUI law. I did not know, for y'all's information, I did not know until I picked up a client within the past 3 or 4 months exactly how the aggravated DUI section of the DUI statute works. The section works such that, well, I'm a little nervous this morning. I don't know why. Maybe it's because of my advanced age, but nevertheless, I have a client who, when he was 17 years old, he just turned 18, was involved in an accident. Unfortunately, 2 people lost their lives in the accident. Of course, obviously, my client didn't. But he was subsequently charged under the aggravated DUI statute. He was charged with having a blood alcohol content of 0.02 or more, and was involved in an accident where the district attorney's office is alleging that he was negligent and caused the accident. Well, you say, well, he's going to trial and the jury will take care of that. Unfortunately, there's what I'll call an anomaly in here. I believe I wasn't in the legislature, I don't believe, when this statute, aggravated DUI statute, was passed. If I was, I let it get by me. But I believe there was an unintended consequence in the aggravated DUI section, because if my same client had been age 21 when this accident occurred, he would not be charged with aggravated DUI. If I had done the same thing that he did, accident-wise, I would not have been charged because I am 21 or over. This is wrong in so many different ways. Again, I don't think it was the legislature's intent to make this huge statutory difference between someone that's under 21 years of age, 21 years of age being supposedly the legal age that you had to be to purchase alcohol. That's the difference. If he had been 21 instead of 17, I wouldn't have a client. He would be leading his life. We all would be sad that 2 lives were lost in an accident, but there would be no criminal liability to this, that then 17-year-old. I'm not trying to change the DUI statute. Where the .02 came from, we have what's known as zero tolerance. We apply it to anyone under age 21 for DUIs. Actually, that's a help, an intent to help people that were under age 21 and they get a DUI. It's a low threshold, but you have things available. It's not reported to your insurance company. You can get it non-adjudicated. There's all kinds of, the fines are lower, everything. We're just trying to teach kids, and I say under 21 is a kid to me. We're trying to teach them what the drinking responsibilities are at their ages. Trying to sort of give them a break. And I don't have any problem with all those, not trying to change any of that. But we are turning, or this statute turns a client like mine possibly into a convicted felon for the rest of his life, subjects him to a penalty of up to 25 years in the penitentiary for something that if I had done the exact same thing because I'm 21 or over, I would not have been charged. Now you're going to say, well, you might have been charged with something else. Yeah, I might have been charged with negligent homicide or something like that. I don't know, but I can handle that. But when you put this .02 in here as part of a statute, and I'm particularly talking to lawyers now because I know y'all know, and the rest of you, I hope, will consult some of the lawyers about this. But I've done a lot of trials as a lawyer. If you go into court and part of what you got to prove or part of the proof against a defendant deals with alcohol, that you're going to have twice the road to hoe, twice the road to hoe to get justice for that defendant. Because when that jury hears that alcohol was involved, they're not going to hear a lot anymore. They don't pay any attention to it. What we've got here is a statute.
Gentleman's time has expired on his amendment. Anyone wish to, he'll be allowed to close. We're not going to give him 2 minutes now. He'll be allowed to close on his amendment. Jim Tallahatchie, what purpose you seek recognition?
Succinctly state what the amendment did in about 2 sentences.
Well, he'll be able to close and he can tell you. Gentleman from Alcorn to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is why, again, the bill has a reverse repealer in it, and this is why there are a lot of issues with our DUI statute and a lot of stuff that needs to be cleaned up. I told the gentleman to bring it. We'll put it in. Like I said, I don't disagree with the amendment. The bill has a reverse repealer. We're going to work through it in the process.
Okay. Chairman presenter wish to close. Do you wish to close on the amendment that the chairman supports?
Thank you, Speaker. I know I rambled and whatnot. This is so important to me because I got a personal stake in it. I'm not kin to this defendant or anything, but I've known him pretty much his whole life. What my amendment will do is change that .02 in aggravated DUI to .08, just like it is with me, just like it is with y'all. Why should we penalize someone just because they're under age 21? We wouldn't penalize any of us for the same thing. I would urge you, and I thank the chairman for letting me come up here and do this. I would urge y'all to support this amendment, and I apologize for being so nervous, but I don't know what it is.
All right. Question occurs on Amendment 2. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Final
Questions
passage.
on the bill? I don't see any. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 253. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 113 yeas, 0 nays. The bill passes. I'm informed that our special guest has arrived.
Here.
I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Walthall to introduce our special guest, and I'm going to ask the Sergeant at Arms to escort the guest to the chamber. Please give us your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, we have three special young ladies here this morning with us. These are rodeo queens. And first, I'd like to introduce you to Miss Jacqueline Irvin. Miss Jacqueline Irvin of Macomb, Mississippi, was crowned Mississippi Rodeo 2023. She is the 21-year-old daughter of Doug and Brandy Irvin. Miss Irvin is currently a senior at Mississippi State and will graduate in the spring with a degree in business administration. Ms. Irvin has more than 11 years of experience with rodeos, horse shows, and other activities that will help her be a quality ambassador for the sport of rodeo in the state of Mississippi and the Western way of life. Ms. Irvin was crowned the 2021 Miss Dixie National as the official ambassador for the Dixie National Livestock and Rodeo Show. Miss Irvin has always had a love for animals and the Western lifestyle that makes her truly honored to be crowned Miss Rodeo of Mississippi. Congratulations on you. And next, we have another special young lady. This is Miss Rodeo America. On Sunday, December the 4th of 2022, Arizona, Kenny Riggs was crowned Miss Rodeo America 2023 at South Point Hotel in Las Vegas, Nevada. Kenny has carried on the legacy of her cowgirl bloodlines as a member of the Cowgirls Historical Foundation, while also working for the Arizona Farm Bureau and Cowboy Lifestyles Network. Ms. Kennedy is a 22-year-old daughter of Don and Shanna Riggs, who enjoys teaching horsemanship lessons. Wonderful represented the Grand Canyon State as Miss Rodeo Arizona in 2022. She is attending Arizona State University in journalism. Ms. Riggs will travel in excess of 40,000 miles, making an appearance at nearly 150 rodeos, performances, as well as making appearances at schools, civic groups, and other special events in order to educate the public and create awareness about the sport of rodeo. She makes her Mississippi appearance during the 2023 Dixie National Rodeo held in Jackson, Mississippi on February the 10th through the 18th. We commend and congratulate Miss Riggs upon being crowned Miss Rodeo America 2023. Welcome her to the state of Mississippi during the 2023 Dixie National Rodeo and expressed our deepest wishes for her continued success during her reign and as well as all of her future endeavors. You can address the House if you would like.
Well, on behalf of all three of us girls, I'd like to thank you officially as Miss Rodeo America and the official representative of the Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association for doing what you can as the state of Mississippi to preserve agriculture and those traditional values that really have sewn our nation together. Because we can take the good from the past to create a better future, and that's exactly what you all are doing, and it's easy to see. This is my first time in Mississippi. I keep telling people my belly is just as full as my heart, but I've loved the Southern hospitality, and I've loved to see truly in every way that y'all work, as you really do deeply value all of these things that we love so much. So as Miss Rodeo America, I'd like to officially thank you for that and plead for you to continue to do what you can to preserve these things that are so important to our country.
Thank you. And third, but not least, we have Miss Dixie National, Miss Warren Algie, and make her feel welcome too.
All right, we return now to the calendar. We are down to item 3, Judd B.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 3, House Bill 368. I'd call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Would you recognize the gentleman from Pike to handle the bill?
Gentleman from Pike.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment. Ladies and gentlemen, all of the amendment does is it puts a reverse repealer in this bill.
Questions? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Amendment is adopted.
Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 368, the only thing it does is it instructs the Commissioner of DPS to give ID cards to homeless people. That's the explanation of the bill.
Questions? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey.
Gentleman Yale,
Yes.
under what circumstances are these IDs given?
Well, yeah, what my chairman is telling me that we believe that DPS can already do this. That's why we put the reverse repealer in there. But just in case they can't, that's why we.
Why would you want to single out and have an ID given to a person and identify that person as homeless?
Well, it's to help curb or tackle the homelessness problem that we have in order for them to get and receive different type of services where people will require IDs, identification.
Now, can this person be forced to get this ID, or is this ID a voluntary thing that a person who's homeless can get?
Yes, sir. If a person that's homeless, if they want the ID, they can voluntarily go get it. We're not forcing them to do it.
Now, is there a fee? I haven't read the bill. Is there a fee for this ID?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Jim from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Gentlemen, can you explain to them the importance of this when the pandemic struck? We had so many people who was out of homes, out of schools, but couldn't receive the necessary services because they didn't have the proper identification. And how will this reduce the backlog? Can you explain that to them?
Well, gentlemen, this goes to people who don't have a place to stay. Maybe people that are living in shelters and whatnot. Not necessarily individuals that were affected by COVID, but those individuals, again, who are homeless, don't have an address. It enables them to receive an ID on their own, voluntarily receive an ID where they can apply for jobs. You know, different services require people to have IDs for them to apply for it. So this helps with that issue.
Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, yeah.
Yes.
I think it's a vital piece. Let me just say this. I think it's so vital that you are making sure that that's why it says homeless, being able to acquire something of this magnitude. Number one is not only because of the fact that it helps law enforcement if something wants to occur while they're out on the streets and maybe laying under a bridge or something, to be able to find out and identify this individual. Second of all, it gives them a clear method of being able to have some type of an identification we can associate with. And with that being said, I think it's a vital piece, and I want to just commend you on making sure.
Yes, sir. Give the praises to the authors of the bill.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the gentleman will yield.
Yes.
I support the bill. The major problem I've experienced in dealing with the homeless or the street people is that they don't have the required documents in order to get a state-issued identification. I just perused the bill. Does the bill give a little bit more latitude to the agency in order to give an ID? In other words, you have a situation where they need a birth certificate in order to get an ID, but they need some other document in order to get the birth certificate. So does the bill address this?
No, sir. The bill does not address them presenting a birth certificate. In some instances, though, gentlemen, I do know that the Salvation Army or some of these shelters, they help individuals to receive their identifications, or IDs rather, and they can also use those places as addresses if need be as well.
But this bill does not address the documentation or...
You would be correct, gentlemen, it does not.
Okay, but you do understand what I'm talking about?
I completely understand, yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes,
Gentleman from Lee, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Gentlemen, I want to commend you on this. This is a good bill. There's definitely help for helping us with the homeless. So I want to commend this as a good bill, and I'll vote for it.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you?
Yes.
Gentlemen, I think you got a great idea here. But let me ask you another question. If someone were to come into this country illegally and they don't have a place to live, will they be able to obtain this documentation or this ID? And will that open doors for them to obtain other documents?
No, gentlemen. You'd obtain an ID like any other regular voter, registered voter in the state of Mississippi.
I believe it does.
It's on one of those lines in the bill. It's only a 3-page bill, but it's in there somewhere. It addresses that.
It does say they can have a pending application in adjustment to the status of an alien lawfully admitted for the permit.
Yeah. Line 52 says that they have to be a citizen or national of the United States, is an alien lawfully admitted for a permanent or temporary residence in the United States.
Pending. Thank you, sir.
Move for final passage, Mr.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 368. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up item House Bill 374, item number 4.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and grows read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This comes to us at the request of various law enforcement agencies across the state. The law already allows wiretapping for violations of the Uniform Controlled Substance Law. This would expand it very narrowly and limited to human trafficking or commercial sexual exploitation of children. So that's an explanation of the bill.
All right, questions. Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Busby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Has DPS weighed in on this?
On the wiretapping bill?
Yes.
Not to my knowledge. I don't think they have, but I have they had one a couple of years ago similar to this.
Doesn't local law enforcement turn human trafficking cases over to NBI or FBI? Which makes it somewhat unnecessary?
Say that again. I'm sorry, just having trouble hearing.
Doesn't local law enforcement turn human trafficking cases over to NBI or FBI, making this unnecessary?
Under this bill, they would not have to do that.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Lowndes, Mr. Kareem.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I'm trying to wrap my arms around this bill. Now, explain to me, what are we trying to do with local law enforcement as
Giving them the authority, just whatever is in current law right now, which is they have the ability to go to a judge, a circuit judge, get probable cause to tap a phone for drug activity. This would allow them to do that for human trafficking and child exploitation cases.
They don't have
only.
They don't have that capability right now?
No. I think it's limited to maybe the AG's office right now or MBI.
So local law enforcement, if they are suspecting drug activity, they
have that ability, yes.
But if they
this expands it to human trafficking and child exploitation.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, what is the current process if I'm a local law enforcement person and I suspect child trafficking? Do they contact MBI or the AG's office, or what do we do currently?
I think if they want to tap a phone, I think they would have to do that. I don't think they can do that. And of course, the feds have the ability to do that under federal law to do wiretaps, from my understanding. But as far as now, a local law enforcement couldn't do that.
Now, are there any protections built into this? That this just can't be a catch-all. You want to wiretap somebody, you just accuse them of potential child trafficking, so the local police.
They've got to go before a magistrate, before a judge, to make sure they have the probable cause to do that.
All right, thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 374. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By about 100 yeas, 11 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, whatever the next item is, item number 5, House Bill 402. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and grows read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, there's been a lot of press lately about people fleeing from police. I know this is a problem in my neck of the woods where there always seems to be some type of drug charge or something else and felony fleeing attached to it. Right now, the penalty for felony fleeing is 5 years. What this bill does is it would increase that penalty to 10 years for felony fleeing. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions? I don't see any. Oh, got an amendment, okay? Gentleman's recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm offering an amendment which would allow for law enforcement to utilize the Brister factors when they are in the event of a pursuit. And basically what it does, it's been codified by the Supreme Court. You look at the factors on this pursuit are the rate of speed of the officer, whether the officer proceeded with sirens and blue lights, the conditions and visibility, the pedestrian traffic, the seriousness of the suspect's offense, the type of neighborhood, characteristics of the streets, length of the trace, and experience and training of the officer. And that is an explanation of my amendment. Thank you.
Questions? I recognize the chairman to respond.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, he came to me about this, and of course I know Jackson's had a lot of press lately about jurisdictions, about people chasing people into Jackson. Gentlemen and I worked on this, hopefully to help all jurisdictions understand what their positions are when it comes to these felony fleeing cases. With that said, his amendment basically codifies case laws handed down from the Supreme Court, so I do not oppose the amendment.
Okay, the author wish to close on his amendment? All right, question occurs on Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Final passage.
Questions? Jim from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Mr. Chairman, good morning to you, sir. If you yield for me.
Yes, sir.
Just a few minor concerns. We're talking about fleeing police, and we don't want people to flee police, of course. But we do think about, you have a woman, or a man for that matter, but basically for a woman, going down a dark road at night, not much traffic, not many lights, and all of a sudden behind them a blue light flashes. And all of a sudden it's like, well, she doesn't know whether to stop or not, so she may turn on her blinkers, emergency lights, or may just drive to a lighted area, which I would tell my daughter to do. Could they be charged with fleeing a police if it was a legitimate police officer?
Well, there's an affirmative.
I just want to know. Well,
there's an affirmative defense already in the statute.
Okay.
That allows, it is a defense of prosecution under this statute. It says A, if the law enforcement wasn't acting in the scope of their duty, or B, the driver proceeded in a safe manner to a reasonably near well-lit public place before stopping.
Gentlemen, thank you. I just want to make sure that precaution and safety was still in there for innocent, safe drivers. Just being careful. Thank you.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the chairman will yield.
Yes, sir.
Could you tell this body how long that offense of for 5 years, that a penalty has been on the books?
Let me check. I can't. I don't off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Okay, but it's been on the books, I take it, for a long time?
I would think so, yes.
And I believe we voted on this last year.
Yes, sir.
And the Senate apparently killed it.
They did. They have passed a version of this or have made it an agenda item for them this year. So I don't know what their version looks like yet, but I know that they have talked about increasing these type of penalties.
I'm sorry. Now, in another section, it says that if an individual flees and causes bodily injury, it's a 20-year sentence. Is that correct?
Yes, and if they were to flee from a scene of an accident, I think it's still 5 years. But yes, you're correct.
I guess this comes to us as a recommendation for an increase in penalty. Is it from the law enforcement or
from law enforcement, from your judges? This particular crime would
I think it's safe to say it's increased quite a bit over the last couple of years. And under the Parole Eligibility Act that we passed a couple of years ago, this would be a 25% crime. So that was one reason why, at least the judges that I've talked to have asked for it, is they're seeing a lot of it. And you give somebody 5 years, they become parole eligible at 25%. So they just want to give a little bit more teeth to it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Gentleman from Copiah, Mr. Holloway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yale.
Yes, sir.
I have a question. I'm seeing more and more as I drive around and up and down the highways that cars have blue lights in their grills now, and they have lights. The headlights are sometimes blue now, and I know that this can exacerbate the situation, because if I don't know if this is truly a law enforcement person or not, I don't know whether to, shoot or run,
I understand. I see that too. I will say to you, just like I did the gentleman of Hines earlier, that if somebody is fleeing in a situation like that, somebody may have blue lights, they couldn't be charged with anything, obviously, because they have a affirmative defense and because they're not fleeing from law enforcement. But I understand what you're seeing. I see the blue lights, whether they be these high definition LED, whatever the case, or somebody who's just putting the blue light covered. I understand that it's out there.
Well, there is a law on the books that says only law enforcement should have those blue lights.
And
so when you're saying you want to increase the penalties for that, can we also look at, as the bill goes through the process, maybe increasing the penalty for people who use those blue lights and they know it's against the law? Because if it's not any teeth in it, I mean, it's increasing out there.
Yes, we can do that on one condition. You remind me about it, because I'm sure that I'll forget.
Okay, thank you.
Lady from mine is Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I had a situation that happened in my district a few years ago. There was a police chase from the city of Clinton. They were chasing someone, I think, who had taken a TV from Walmart. And in the event, a young man by the name of Lonnie Blue, who I went to school with, was coming home from work, and he got hit by the police officer and he lost his life. So as we move through the process, as the gentleman from Copiah asked, can we also consider where we put a policy, a statewide policy in place that would inform how these chases should ensue, so that innocent people aren't losing their lives?
Yeah, that's what we did in the amendment, and the gentleman from Hines' amendment. Also, that's Supreme Court law. These law enforcement agencies are supposed to be doing that as we speak. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 402. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk, by a vote of 85 yeas, 86 yeas, 30 nays. The bill passes. Next item.
All right, next item, call up House Bill 405 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
This comes to us at the request of the state auditor. Very simply, it changes the statute of limitations for someone who can be prosecuted for this offense, bribery of a candidate, from 3 years to 5 years. That's an explanation. It just changes statute of limitations. My understanding is that the reason he wants that is these are difficult cases. It takes a while to get what they need to prosecute, so we're just extending that statute of limitations.
Questions. Jump from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Gentlemen, this is something new to me. Can you give me an example of what bribery of a candidate might be, please?
Under this
I mean, the definition is that this code is 971111. I don't have that in front of me, but that's the code where it gives you the elements of the offense, 971111.
Well,
But my understanding, it would just be a situation where you're trying to bribe a candidate for office or the candidate would get your votes if he appears to do something improper.
Okay, well, if they don't get elected, I mean, they don't have the power to change or do anything, and
I can't speak to the actual offense. That's not what I'm here on. I'm just here on the statute of limitations for it.
Could somebody be bribed to run as a candidate? 'Cause we know that happens sometimes.
That's already
push to run.
Yeah, I understand, but I think possibly, whatever those elements are, and I can get those for you. I just don't have them from me.
I've just never seen this before, so I'm just trying to be curious in all these years. Thank you.
Here, let me read this. Every person who shall promise, offer, or give to any officer, agent, trustee, while holding such office, after he has become a candidate or applicant for the same. So I guess that's what you got. You've got to be maybe running for re-election or something like that. Okay. And that's a 10-year, $5,000 penalty.
Thank you, sir.
That's what it is now, yes.
All right, to jump from home, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman here.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I just have one quick question. Now, the state auditor, can he investigate cases like this?
I assume so. He's the one that asked for the bill.
And I guess I'm baffled a little bit because usually he deals with state agencies, somebody acting in their official capacity. So I was just wondering. Now, let me ask you this. Is it some particular case that the statute of limitation have run on it that we're trying to?
I don't know that would even be possible under ex post facto if we're changing the law now, if they could prosecute going forward. I don't know that they could do that.
Okay. But gentlemen would agree that that probably would be a violation.
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, did he want to add politicians in there?
I don't, he didn't say anything about that. He just gave this one
candidates.
statute, yeah. Which I guess that qualifies. I mean, it says, every person who shall promise to give any officer, agent, either public or private, while holding such office. So I guess it's encompassed in that definition.
Thank you.
Jump from Holmes, you have anything further? All right, he passes. Jump from Washington, Mr. Hine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yeah.
Yes, sir.
So, I'm at a rally, and I say I'm for eliminating sales tax on groceries, or I'm for eliminating sales tax on real property. And somebody there who supports that decides to give me a campaign contribution because I'm supporting an issue that's dear to him or her. Can that be perceived as a bribe because they donated to my campaign?
No, I don't think so. Not under this. I'm trying to read an annotation here for you. To give you an example, a state was not required to prove that money given to a chief or police constitute bribe money. A reasonable jury could have concluded beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant offered to pay the money to the chief of police in an attempt to influence. That's what you got to do. You got to influence their action. So I know that there are many times when people want to do stuff for us or do whatever, and it doesn't influence what we do in here to an extent.
So if
and again, this is we're talking about the crime. We're not changing the crime at all. The crime is there. We're just changing whatever the statute of limitation is, which is from 3 years to 5.
So we giving them a longer time to dig deeper into someone's personal space.
We gave them some more time, yes, sir.
All right.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs House Bill 405. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 80 yeas, 32 nays, the bill passes.
Mr. Speaker, may I skip down to one, please?
To which one?
53, if I may, with unanimous consent.
Okay, any objection? We can do that. You recognize.
I'd call up the, I think it's committee sub, House Bill number 1222, call up the committee sub, ask that you recognize the gentleman from Union.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Union is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a committee sub, an amendment for the committee sub.
You have an amendment? Okay, you're recognized for your amendment.
The amendment's the bill, Mr. Speaker. I explain the bill.
You recognize to explain your amendment, gentlemen.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Mississippi Collaborative Response to Mental Health Act, and I'll go through it in sections. As you know, mental health affects 25% of our population in Mississippi. That's 750,000 Mississippians. Since COVID, mental health issues have escalated, exposing issues in our mental health system. This bill addresses those issues and makes the process of getting treatment more efficient. In Section 2, it requires each municipal and county law enforcement agency to provide mental health first aid training for all officers. We have approximately 11,500 officers in Mississippi. They would all receive this training and would have 8 years to do it. Let me explain the mental health first aid briefly. It is an 8-hour advanced-based training. It teaches you how to identify, understand, and respond to signs of mental illness and substance abuse disorders. This training gives you the skills you need to reach out to provide initial support to someone who may be developing mental health or substance abuse problems to help connect them with the appropriate care. In Section 2, it requires each municipal and county law enforcement agency to have at least one crisis intervention trained officer. A CIT officer in this training is evidence-based. It is a 40-hour training, and research shows that CIT training is associated with improved officer attitude, knowledge about mental illness. In Tennessee, CIT has resulted in an 80% reduction in officer injuries during mental health crisis calls. So each agency would have at least one CIT trained officer with this bill. In Section 3, this is about court liaisons in the mental health court. Each county in which the Chancery admits more than 20 persons per year to behavioral treatment facility would receive a court liaison. Currently, we have a court liaison system that is a pilot system, and there are 3 court liaisons, and it is working well in Region 3. With this admitting 20 persons per year, we would increase that from 3 to 50. Currently, the Department of Mental Health is using ARPA funds in this year's budget for 18 more, so we would expand that to 50. The overall goal is to enhance the crisis support system throughout the state by partnering with the CMHCs to provide the court liaison program, which connects people with community-based services and further decreases the number of commitments to inpatient acute psychiatric services. Court liaison is dedicated to the individuals who involuntarily interact with court systems, law enforcement, and will ensure the individual family members are aware and how the process works. This could be a very valuable tool in making the court systems and the patients seeking treatment more efficiently. In Section 4, we revise the composition of the board members for the State Board of Mental Health. Currently, there are no term limits. They serve 7-year terms, and there will be a 2-term limit. In Section 6, would require each regional commission to employ or contract with an accountant to manage their finances. The accountant would provide an annual audit to the commissions in addition to other duties. In Section 7, the Community Mental Health Commission. Let me explain about what a CMHC is. A CMHC is a vital safety net for our communities to where people can receive treatment to help when they do not have the means to go anywhere else. CMHCs are partners with local law enforcement, hospitals, and school districts. CMHCs are not a state agency. They are not-for-profit. They are a nonprofit agency, and they receive funding through federal grants, state grants, Medicaid, and from the local counties.
Gentleman's time has expired on his amendment. All right. 2 minutes has been requested. You have 2 additional minutes, gentlemen.
All right. We changed the mental health commission. Each county can have one person, they're called commissioners, that make up their board, and we're requiring that a chancery and a law enforcement officer be part of that board, and they have 4 years to make that change. That would be July of 2027. In Section 8, remove the restriction for unresolved felonies for the purpose of mental health treatment. So a nonviolent felony offender can receive treatment and then can go back to a sentencing or service time. In Section 9, the people who provide the pre-screening have to be certified by the Department of Mental Health. If in 48 hours they've not received the pre-screen, then because they're required to see 2 evaluations, they would only have to receive 1 evaluation after 2 minutes. In Section 10, we require the Chancery to maintain records and report them to the Department of Health, the number of persons ordered by the court, number of persons ordered by the court admitted to the treatment facilities, number of hearings of the court to be determined the person should be admitted to the facility, and the number of affidavits filed to admit to the treatment facility. This would greatly help Department of Mental Health in evaluating where we are and where we need to be. And then in Section 10, it was to require the Chancery clerks to provide the records to the Department of Mental Health by the January 1 of each year, and within 60 days of receipt, the DMH shall provide the summary of the information to the chairpersons of the House of Representatives and the Senate Appropriations, Public Health, and Judiciary A and Judiciary B. And that is an explanation of the bill.
All right. Gentleman's time has expired on his amendment. Okay. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Amendment is adopted. You got anything further on the bill, gentlemen? I got you. You got anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir.
All right. Gentleman from Washington indicates he has an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this amendment fixes a slight problem that's taking place with people who are in the midst of crisis. So this is a really good piece of legislation. But let me tell you what's happening. People who go in crisis, somebody called a crisis intervention team, some law enforcement agencies in this state do not want to transport those people in crisis. So what happens is the social worker, the counselor, and whoever shows up on the scene to stabilize the person has to put these individuals in a personal car to transport them. So sometimes it's a woman or two with a man or a somewhat, and I can't think of the proper term, but someone who's under duress and those people don't have the proper training to handle those people. Law enforcement agencies do. They just don't want to do it in some communities because they don't care for the community health care centers that handle this work. All this does is not taking them to jail, it's going to take them to the proper healthcare facility. But the law enforcement, if the chief of police don't like the agency, they say, well, we're not going to transport them. We're just not going to transport them. So you're putting people who are showing up to help those individuals who are in crisis, at risk, at danger, by transporting them in their car. You also put them in harm's way and liable for the transportation of that person. So all this does is fix that particular issue.
Recognize Chairman to close or respond.
No, I support the amendment and think it's a good thing, especially with the mental health first aid training.
Okay, you wish to close?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, the gentleman handling the bill. Please vote for the amendment.
Question occurs on Amendment 2. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. All right. Questions. You yield for question, gentlemen?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Payton. I don't see him. All right. Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yell?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, gentlemen, can we go back to, let me ask you this. Have you told the House what we expect this to cost the state of Mississippi, this proposal?
I suspected, yes, I predicted it would cost about $4 million.
Okay, it's going to cost $4 million. Now, let me ask you this. Is this $4 million annually? And the reason I ask you that question, gentlemen, is because you told the House that we would be training 11,000 officers over 8 years.
That is correct.
And I'm wanting to find out, is it going to be $4 million a year to train, over this 8-year period?
To train 11,500 officers would cost a total of $460,000. So over an 8-year period, that would be $57,500 per year.
Okay, and let me ask you, how are we going to determine who's trained first of these 11,000 officers?
That'd be up to the local level, however they want to do it.
So every county will train at least one person, is what you're...
For the CIT training, correct.
Okay.
They'd have one person on staff.
All right.
Minimum.
Okay, now on the court liaisons, you indicated that, well, let's go back. You talked about the community health centers not being a state entity. Some of us have been around here long enough to remember Senate Bill 2100 that they came up here and lobbied so hard for. The gentleman from Mize, Senator Timms, led the charge on that particular piece of legislation. And they were brought in to our mental health system supposedly to help to provide additional services in the community that we were not able to do. You would agree with that, right, gentlemen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so what we have found is that our state mental health capacity has diminished. And would you agree now, gentlemen, that those of us who are legislators now are in a worse shape today when we could pick up the phone and call somebody at mental health to try to get something done on a crisis situation than we were actually before we passed Senate Bill 2100, because they tell us, well, you got to go to, community health folks are the ones that do that. And of course, we really don't have any authority over them. Would you agree that that's kind of where we are now?
I don't know that I'd agree that we're in worse shape. I think it has improved, especially post-COVID. They've been able to do a better job. But I will tell you this.
So pre-COVID, they were kind of shaky, huh?
Yes, ma'am. That COVID exposed a lot. But I will tell you this, that the Department of Mental Health is down 1,200 employees, and that is hurt more than necessarily having the facilities.
Well, why do you think, gentlemen, that the Department of Mental Health is down 1,200 employees?
because they can get higher paying jobs.
Okay, and so that would be a fix that we could make at this legislature if we wanted to.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let's go back to these different bureaucracies that we're creating in this bill. So now we're going to create 50 court liaisons for each county, right?
For the counties that admit over 20 patients, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we're going to train 11,000
500, yeah.
okay, officers. Are we in this bill increasing the crisis response teams that the community health centers have or that the Department of Mental Health has?
We are
in this
not.
bill? In this bill, are we increasing crisis beds so that if a person has a psychotic break or something happens in the jail or in the community or what have you, is that being addressed in this bill?
It is not.
Okay, then, gentlemen, let's go on to this bill also addresses how the Department of Mental Health Board is constructed. What was the reasoning for addressing the Mental Health Board?
All it did for the mental health board was put term limits on it.
Okay, well, the state of Mississippi's people voted against term limits, so why are we, well, let me ask you this. Have we brought any other legislation to your knowledge here this year that's limiting any of these other boards' terms?
Not this year, no.
Has the Department of Mental Health had, let's just say, $100 million stolen from them, and or has there been anything inappropriate other than the continuous lawsuit that we have from the federal government because we don't have staff? Have they done anything else, the board, that you would say was inappropriate or improper?
Not that I know of.
And so why are we wanting to remove people who have institutional knowledge, who for all practical purposes have provided and steered our state mental health side with fewer resources, fewer employees, fewer everything? Why are we wanting to limit their terms?
Well, this field is constantly changing, and I think it's important to bring in new people. 14 years is a long time for them to serve on that board.
Okay, well, don't let any of our constituents here say that. Okay. Gentlemen, then let's go to line 471. Can you explain that one more time to me? And then that is, that really is, I'm trying to understand why some regional commission that's has some population that's around Alabama, or who are we greasing on that one?
We took that out. That's gone.
Okay, well, see, we just have what was given to us. Okay, and then, gentlemen, on line, well, since you took that out, you may not know what line we're on. But in our crisis teams that we're putting together, you all are putting in a pre-evaluation screening, and then some kind of, after the pre-evaluation screening, then some sort of examination for writ purposes.
Current law states they have to be evaluated by two people. And we're saying that the evaluators need to be certified by the Department of Mental Health.
Okay, and the last thing I want to ask you, because there is a difference between what a crisis intervention team would do, which we're not increasing those. But can you describe to the House what you expect the training to look like for the people in the jails, the jailers, the police people who run the jails?
Well, let me back up. We are increasing CIT trained officers. That will increase because.
Well, gentlemen, you would agree that a CIT officer is not a psychologist, they're not a physician, they're not a psychiatric technician. They are not up to that level, and that's who serves on your crisis intervention team. So my question to you is, these officers that we're going to certify once they get this training, can you tell the House what you expect that training to look like once they've taken it? And actually, what do you expect them to be able to do if a person has a psychotic break or, something should happen?
It's a 40-hour training research, and the CIT model is a collaborative approach to behavioral health crisis response, seeks to improve the outcomes of police interaction with individuals in crisis, enhanced through training and partnership between police, behavioral health providers, and other community partners. It's 40 hours.
Okay. Will they have, since we have people that have might come in there that's opioid addicted or is CPR part of this training?
I don't know. With their police officers, they would know CPR.
Well, now, these are jailers we're talking about, right? Are these jailers or are these police officers?
I'm referring to police officers.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Yes,
I appreciate it.
Lady from Pearl River, Miss Wilkes.
Thank you, gentlemen. Will you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't hear anything in your committee sub about the vaping tax, removing that. Was that in your committee sub?
It was taken out. It was in the amendment.
Okay, so there's no vaping tax?
There is no
in there?
vaping tax.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Turner.
So, Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your work on this. It's something we've needed for some time.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate that. I do have some questions here about, what about our adolescent facilities we have across the state and their relationship? Well, they're run independently by the private sector. Private insurance pays for it, or the patient's family pays for it. Now, does this change the authority that mental health has over these facilities?
It does not address any of that.
All right, I knew we had one in the Senate that did, and so this one doesn't.
No, sir.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Rosebud. Rosebud, there you go. Try it now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, in section 11 begin that line 1016, it talks about the contracts with the school districts. And my concern is, well, not a concern, I'm hoping that this would allow the school districts to be able to evaluate the students from families that want them to be evaluated for mental health issues.
Let me take it. What line, gentlemen?
It begins on line 1016, section 11.
Yeah, that's current law.
So you're saying current law that they're allowing the schools to evaluate the students? That ain't current law.
Yes, sir.
And gentlemen, I want to make sure you hear my question clear, because I'm under the impression that currently we don't have a law that says that the students can be evaluated for mental conditions in the school systems.
Yes, they can be evaluated. It is current law. If they have an MOU with the school.
All right, thank you.
Jump from Tallahatchie, Mr. Reynolds.
Gentlemen, now this bill, as I understand it, you move, if you're interested in improving mental health treatment in this state, you do that in several respects and require things and provide things that aren't done now, don't you? As far as training of law enforcement people and other folks. Is that right?
That is correct.
So if this bill is not passed, there's going to be a lot of training of people to deal with mental health that's not addressed. Isn't that right?
If you're satisfied with the status quo of mental health right now, then don't pass this bill. This bill will really help transform the mental health system.
Well, gentlemen, and two, we've got some mental health districts that just have 2 members right now. And, you know, gentlemen, isn't it mighty hard to make a decision when you just have 2 folks? If there's a tie, nothing happens, does it?
You're correct, but the regions with 2 counties, we did take that out. We don't address that with their commissioners.
Well, gentlemen, would you try to look at addressing that? Because when you get a tie, that you might have to flip a coin there, and you don't want on mental health, do you? But, gentlemen, wouldn't you say that, you know, the training in here that's required is absolutely essential to help all the citizens of this state?
It's absolutely essential, one for the patients, victims, and it's also essential for the safety of the law enforcement officers.
Well, and two, gentlemen, as far as liability, if you have people with no training and no ability to get training, wouldn't that be an impediment to local people and make them liable, and also to the state of Mississippi as well, if you don't have this training that's provided for in here?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Jump from Scott, Mr. Miles.
Or the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your hard work on this bill. Can you tell us where this bill came from? Didn't you hold a lot of hearings over the summer on this and get a lot of input from different groups? Could you expound on the groups that give you input to this?
Yes, sir. It originated in Judd B., which came from a request from the Sheriff's Department because they were having so many mental health issues. And so it started there, and we went ahead and just looked at the entire mental health system. We involved the CMHCs. I've met with them several times, their executive directors. We involved sheriff departments and municipality police, people who train, CHEATS first aid training and CIT training, the chancery clerks, private mental health facilities and housing, psychiatrists, the hospitals association, and of course the Department of Mental Health has been very instrumental in this.
Yes, sir. So we get all these calls all the times from our sheriffs and from our chancery clerks talking about how we need to improve the mental health system. With their input on this, you think this is a positive step in that direction, don't you?
Yes, and the ones that we've met with, they've all been very supportive of this and recognize they need the help.
Thank you for your hard work on
Thank
this.
you.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Foster. She passes. Jump from Warren, Mr. Denton.
I have an introduction on the order, Mr.
Okay.
Speaker.
Jump from Harrison, Mr. Haney. Passes. All right. I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1222. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas and 1 nay, the bill passes. Jim from Warren is recognized for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you, ladies and gentlemen, you give me attention, in the North Gallery, on behalf of myself, Representative Ford, Representative Harness, Representative Foster, we have with us today Leadership Vicksburg. We have a group of individuals here to learn about our capital. They're under the direction of Ms. Ann Elizabeth Bies. So will you please give them a warm welcome? Thank you.
Gentleman Forrest, Mr. Byrd, what purpose do you seek recognition?
Introduction out of order, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker.
sir.
It's been brought to my attention that one of our members is celebrating a birthday today, and it happens to be the gentleman from Rankin, my desk mate to the left. So please wish him a happy birthday, Brent Powell.
Jim from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unanimous consent to change my vote on item 6, House Bill 405, from yea to nay.
Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Jim from Adams, Mr. Johnson. Passes. All right. We're going to return now to the page 2, general calendar, items 7 and 8. Jim from Tallahatchie.
I would request that these items retain their place, 7 and 8, retain their place on the calendar if we could. If we
Any
could pass
objection?
those. And
Hearing none, we will do that.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to request that we go to item 27 and then 28 for action now.
For what now?
I'm a request that we go to item 27, Mr. Speaker, if there's no objection to that.
Okay, any objection? Hearing none, we will do that. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would move that the bill be engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage.
All right. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that the gentleman from Smith, the subcommittee chairman, be recognized for an explanation of House Bill 1490.
Gentleman from Smith recognized.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 1490 provides another mechanism for the collection of child support. What this does is anybody who has a hunting, fishing license or any other license issued by the state of Mississippi as far as that nature, including a driver's license, which is already current law, provides a mechanism for the suspension of such license by the Department of Human Services, whether the obligor is paying through the Department of Human Services or an individual, the custodial parent, who has a private attorney. And that's basically the nature of the bill and the explanation of the bill.
All right. Questions? Jim Choctaw, Mr. Hood.
This gentleman, you?
Yes.
A lot of times we have individuals that have an arrearage child support judgment, but they have a withholding order, which is holding money out. The child support may be $300 a month, but they have an arrearage of $100. Now, if they have an arrearage judgment, are they going to suspend the hunting license, or is it as long as they're just not paying at all?
Well, and let me say this, if there's an arrearage and there's an order entered to pay that arrearage, that will take care of it. As a matter of fact, it's not like the Department of Human Services can go in and automatically suspend the license. They have to give notice to the individual as well as the custodial parent of what they're fixing to do, and it allows them an opportunity to respond. And if there is an order, a current order, and they're abiding by that order, then no, it would not be suspended.
So as long as they're paying what's agreed to in the order, even though there's arrearage, there won't be a suspension.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Jim from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question and possible motion too. So we're saying that if a person is behind in their child support, they're not going to be able to fish and hunt. That's what we're saying.
That's correct. We don't let them.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to be recognized for a motion, please.
What's your motion, gentlemen?
My motion is to table this piece of legislation.
All right. Those opposed have 5 minutes. Chairman wishes to respond.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, let's be real here. If you're working and, your driver's license is suspended for you back child support, you want to be able to, I think there needs to be more leeway there than this. This just says it shall be suspended for a hunting license. We've got little children that need milk and bread and basic necessities. They need these necessities. That's more important than recreation for somebody else. We need to look after the little children, the least of these, for as much as you do unto the least of these, you do unto me. Vote no.
Anyone else wish to speak in opposition to the motion? All right. I'll save your voices. No, I won't. If you favor the motion to table, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. Little children prevail. All right. I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1490. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 82 yeas, 29 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I would move that on House Bill 773, that bill be engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage.
All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, there is an amendment. There will be an amendment to the amendment, and I believe the gentleman from Rankin has that.
Okay, gentleman from Rankin, you got an amendment? Okay, who's got the first amendment? The committee has an amendment.
All right, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of the committee sub in lieu of the original bill. I move that the committee amendment be adopted. Let me explain to you what the bill does. It just says that, real estate agents and brokers, it affects the liability. The real estate broker and agent does not have they're now liable for information that the seller doesn't give them, and this just takes that liability away. It's sort of vicarious liability. They're liable for something they can't know about. And the gentleman from Lafayette is the subcommittee chair and will handle this. Let's do it. What do we need to adopt the amendment? All right, we're going to adopt the amendment.
Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're trying to figure out the procedure here. There's a committee amendment that needs to be tabled. That is the motion that we need to take up. So the motion is to table the committee amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Committee amendment has been tabled.
Mr. Speaker, I ask the gentleman from Lafayette, the subcommittee chairman, to take up the bill, to handle the bill, and I think I've explained it, but he can add further light and there'll be an amendment.
Well, in light of the tabling of the committee amendment, we don't need an amendment anymore. So,
as the gentleman explained, this House Bill 773 deals with property condition disclosure on real property. It removes the agent's liability from events that the seller is filling out the disclosure statement.
questions? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines. Passes. All right. I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 773. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 108 yeas and 7 nays, the bill passes. Judge A yields the floor. We will go back to page 2, and we will go to public utilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Try to be quick here. Go to item number 10, House Bill 809. Call it up and make the usual motion.
It's been read the third time. Gentlemen, you're ready to proceed.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, currently all this bill does is the executive director of the public utility staff is appointed by the governor. The current statute says that the Public Service Commission has to submit 3 names to the governor for his consideration. He doesn't have to take them, doesn't have to do anything else. It does slow the process down. This just takes out that requirement and lets the governor make his appointment as with any other appointment that he has, and that's what the bill does.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 809. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 108 yeas and 3 nays. The bill passes. Jim from Tate, what purpose you seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that we go back to the motion to reconsider calendar, item 3, and move to table.
All right, motion, back to the motion reconsider calendar, item 3. Motion is to table. Those opposed have 5 minutes. Any opposed? There is one. Jim from Hines, Mr. Crudup. Yes, ma'am. Stop the clock on the gentleman's time, please. Hold on, lady. I can't hear you. You go ahead, lady.
I wanted to ask an inquiry of the chair. The gentleman moved to go back to, is that, are we in regular order if he goes back?
Yes, ma'am. We can move between calendars back and forth all day
I thought
long.
Rule 55 says that it can be done if the
Within the
House votes
calendar, lady.
2/3.
We can
on the
go back
calendar.
and forth between calendars all day long. We can go to motion to reconsider calendar. We can go to rules calendar, appropriations, ways and means. Within different calendars, there are rules, but we can go back and forth between calendars all day long.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Jump from Hines, Mr. Crudup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, coming to you again just to ponder a little bit on this bill and ask you to oppose this table. I couldn't sleep last night just thinking about this bill a little bit while longer. The reason I couldn't sleep last night is because as I thought about this new court system and the judges that's going to be appointed, I thought about the children that's going to be in front of these new judges. A lot of them that's going to look like me. A lot of them who won't have the resources and everything to take on this challenge when they may get convicted or something like that. And so I just wanted to kind of talk a little bit today, challenging us a little bit on this situation. Now, I got some friends who work for some agencies who've done some studies on crime for a long time. And we see a lot of time in the news, there's a lot of kids that's ages 15 and 25 that's committing a lot of these crimes. As the gentleman said, carjackings, other things like that. And there are 3 reasons why a lot of these children are committing these crimes. Those 3 reasons are a disconnection from education, a disconnection from employment, and a disconnection from recreation. Those are a lot of the reasons these kids are committing these crimes. A lot of these kids don't have jobs. Like I had, at 16, I started working and had a job since then. If you go through my district and in a lot of parts of the city of Jackson where a lot of the crime is happening, it's vacant. A lot of the industry that we used to have, the place that I had my first job, those places no longer exist. Those places are desolate now. Also, a lot of these parks that we used to have in our city, they've not been taken care of. They're not well maintained. They're closed. We operate a pool that my nonprofit does every year, trying to make sure that we're taking care of the kids in our area. They have recreation activities in the summertime so they won't get in trouble and they'll have things to do. But a lot of these things have been taken away from our community. And so that's why I want to challenge us today. I want to challenge the leadership because it's been said over and over again that we brought this thing up to deal with crime. So I want to challenge the leadership, the chairman of Ways and Means, the chairman of Appropriation, the speaker, pro tem, lieutenant governor, the governor, everyone that says that we have a crime problem. I want to challenge them to this. Come take a tour with me. Come take a tour with me in my district and in my area in the city of Jackson. I can show you the areas. Let me show you the areas that's desolate and that's vacant now. Let me challenge you and show you the areas that don't have jobs any longer. And how can kids grow up to be productive citizens when they're living in areas like this filled with blight and shootings and crimes and things of this nature? And so I want to stand before you today to talk to you about those kids that's probably going to end up in their court system. To be the voice for them in this situation. Like I said, I want to challenge the leadership. They said, hey, this is about dealing with crime. What I want to do is, I'll charter a bus. Why don't y'all take a ride with me? Come and see anybody else that wants to come. Come and see if y'all want to deal with crime in the city of Jackson. And let's see what we really want to do. Is this just a ploy, or y'all really want to deal with crime? I want to deal with crime. I've been trying to deal with crime. I need help. I don't think there's anybody who has done probably more to try to deal with the kids in our area that's doing these things. From operating pools, raising money, to open up gyms, to build houses, all these things. I get a lot of compliments from a lot of their members in here. They say, Crudup, you're doing a good job in here. They tell me all these things, but then you vote against me. So I want to challenge you. If you say you want to help so much, come take a ride, gentlemen. Come take a ride. Let's see what we can do to help Jackson. Let's get rid of this blight. Let's help bring some jobs. Let's bring some industry back to these kids and to the folks that need help.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, question now recurs on the motion to table. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the motion to table, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 76 yeas, 37 nays, the motion passes. Announcements, Mr. Clerk. Announcements, Madam Clerk. Announcements by the members. Lady from Harrison, Ms. Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold House Bill 405, number 6 on the general calendar on a motion, please.
Lady, we can't hear you. You're going to have to speak up, please.
I'd like to hold House Bill 405 on a motion, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Lady from Pearl River, Ms. Wilkes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold item number 27, House Bill 1490, on a motion to reconsider.
Okay, we can do that. Gentleman from Madison, Mr. Blackman.
Item 4, it was 4, what? Mr. Speaker, on item 4 on the today's calendar, I'd like to request that my vote be changed from nay to yea.
374.
That's correct.
Okay, any objection? Change gentleman's vote. Jump from Jackson, Mr. Geis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 67, House Bill 1025, and have it read for the third time.
Okay, we can do that. Jump from Humphreys, Mr. Strawder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to, on the motion to reconsider 1020.
Yes, sir.
Item number 3. I'm going to change my vote on that. From yea to nay.
I'm sorry, Jim, we didn't get that. You want to change your vote on what now? 1020?
Yes.
What vote on 1020?
Pardon me?
What
The
vote
motion
on
motion to reconsider.
the motion to reconsider?
Yes.
And you want to change it from what? No to yes?
Yes.
Okay.
No to yea.
No to yay. Yay to no. On the motion to reconsider? Or the motion to table? Motion to table. Okay, gotcha. I got you. All right, gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Weathersby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to have House Bill
1048, read the third time.
Okay. we
That's
can do that.
item number 114. It's on page 10.
You have another one?
No, that's it.
That's it? All right, jumping from Rankin, Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 81 on today's calendar, House Bill number 1317, and have it read for the third time.
Okay. Lady from Pearl River, Ms. Wilkes.
Yes, sir. Unanimous consent to change my vote on number 27, House Bill 1490, from yes to present.
Any objection? Change the lady's vote. Lady from Hines, Ms. Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unanimous consent to change my vote on House Bill 402 from yes to no.
Any objection? Change the lady's vote. All right, I don't see any further announcements. Recognize the gentleman from Octave for the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move this House stand in recess until 1:30.
Motion is recessed to 1:30. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. House in recess to 1:30. Please let the House come back to order. We return now to the calendar. Item number 11, education.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item 11, House Bill 365. And the gentleman from Union was going to handle that bill.
Did you call the bill up? No, it's read the third time. All right.
Yes.
What about the committee substitute? You want it?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Union.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker. This bill would create a new section of the law to allow schools, principals to permit Boy Scouts of America and the Girl Scouts of America to speak to students regarding civic involvement and operations to participate. Basically, they're asking, can they come to the schools to promote Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts? That's a brief explanation.
Questions? Gentleman from Hines, you have a question?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you yield?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the title says Patriotic Societies.
Yeah, it's an older version of a bill. It's really about Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts.
You sure?
Yes, sir.
So you are assuring me that these far loony organizations that are out there would not be included in this?
I'm assuring you, it's specifically Boy Scouts of America and Girl Scouts of America.
Right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Marshall. Mr. Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, here.
Yes, sir.
Just going to piggyback on my colleague from Hines. This House Bill 365, Patriotic Societies, is about Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You was here last session, right?
I was.
We spent, I believe, 6 or 7 hours in a heated debate about CRT.
Right.
Wanting to ensure that certain things as it relates to history wasn't taught in our schools. Does this have anything to do with that?
Has nothing to do with that.
It's about Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts.
Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question recurs House Bill 365. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. About 102 yeas, 4 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
I'd like to call up House Bill 823 and yield to the gentleman from Copiah to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Copiah is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House. House Bill 823 is a bill that establishes a commission on education and economic competitiveness to assess and provide a vision for education workforce development throughout the state. An analysis of the design features of high-performing education systems globally, assess recommendations based on the analysis of the data acquired in order to better position Mississippi's education system to attain a world-class level of performance by establishing collaborative partnerships between early childhood, K through 12, post-secondary education, and workforce development systems. Members of the commission will serve without compensation for their services, but may be reimbursed for the mileage and actual expenses, and that is an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 823. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay.
Thank you.
Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 109 yeas, 6 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Call up House Bill 859 and yield to the gentleman from Pearl River to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Pearl River is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill addresses concerns that have recently been raised by some of our special purpose schools after they received a notice of noncompliance from the state auditor's office as it relates to those Chromebooks that they were allowed to purchase a couple of years ago through ESSER funds. As you all know, we allowed our public schools students to take those Chromebooks home as long as those districts adopted a policy. There's been some confusion as to whether or not that authority was granted to a state agency, which technically these special purpose schools are state agencies. So this is just clearing that up, making sure that these students are allowed to bring those Chromebooks home like every other student in the state. That is an explanation of the bill, and I will yield for any questions.
Questions? Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would gentlemen yield?
Yes, sir.
So you're saying that they'll be held to the same standard, having to create policies and protocols as the regular schools that we were given?
Yes, in the bill, there's actually requirements that they have to meet as far as the policies that they have to adopt to keep up with the Chromebooks and make sure they don't get lost or stolen or whatnot.
All right, thank you, sir.
Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think you answered my question. That's exactly the responsibility of, taking responsibility.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Just a quick point of, a quick definition. What in the world are public social purpose schools? I'm sorry to say I haven't heard of that.
Yes, sir. So that's going to be
Give me some details about what this is.
So that's going to be like School for Art. Yeah. So like school for the blind, school for the deaf, the art school, those public schools that are like that. We have like 6 of them, I think, in the state.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 859. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 112 yeas, 5 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
No, that's not it. Here it is on my agenda. I don't know which one's next. My calendar. Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to call up House Bill 1000, please.
Yes?
We ready?
Yes, you're recognized, gentlemen.
Okay, it's what this bill does is it gives, this is kind of like we did with the military students a few years ago. This gives foster care kids in foster care, school choice. Give you an example. If a kid is living in Gulfport and he's taken out of his home and the foster care parent may live in Biloxi. Oh, I'm sorry. I need to adopt the committee sub, please, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Okay. What we're doing here is we're giving children in foster care school choice. What it is, if a kid is in Biloxi and he's taken out of his home, that child may go to a foster care home in Biloxi instead of Gulfport, and they can still stay in that school even though they're out of the district. And also, if a if a foster care parent and it's a younger child or something may live in Bay St. Louis, another district, and it may be easier for them to drop that student off at that school. And if something happens with that student, that foster parent will be close to be able to get to that student and their needs. So all we're doing is giving kids in foster care school choice to be able to go to the school that is most convenient or what's deemed best for them. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions? I don't see any open machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1000. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 116 yeas, 0 nays. The bill passes. Next item.
I'd like to call up House Bill 1070.
You're recognized.
Okay, is what this does, it establishes a patriotic education grant program. And its the purpose is to promoting education about American history and after-school clubs and that type of stuff. This would have to be approved by school board. I'll give you an example. We have a lot of children, and I hate to use the coast, but that are a long ways from Jackson, and we have schools that can't really, or have students that really can't afford certain things like coming up here to the Mississippi museums, the 2 museums or something. And that way they could apply for these grants through MDE, but it would have to be approved by the principal. But a teacher would have to apply to the principal, and then the principal applies for them. So it just gives these kids an opportunity to learn more about our history and stuff where they may not could afford it. And that's an explanation of the bill. And I believe the gentleman has a friendly amendment.
All right. Yes, sir, I got you. Jim Adams has an amendment.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think the bill is good, that it provides grants to teach American history. I'm just taking the word pride out. I think American history is a history we all, whatever the history is something that we can embrace and be proud of without categorizing it. The American history should just be taught. And so I would just like to take the word pride out, where we won't have people calling balls and strikes on whether or not it's the history we ought to teach. It's our history, so it's all good. So let's take the word pride out, and if it's our history, just let them receive a part of a $5 million grant to teach that history. That's all it does.
Recognize the chairman to respond.
It does no harm to the bill.
Okay. Question occurs on Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Lady from Hines had an amendment, I thought. Don't? Okay. Question, Jim from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And gentleman Yield,
Yes, gentlemen.
I just tell you the truth. American history is required in every public school in Mississippi. Already it's a college preparation course. And so I don't understand why we want to duplicate that.
We're not duplicating it. It's above and beyond that. It's where they can have grants to go, like I said, to the museums or go to outside of what they're studying in order to do things above and beyond that.
Outside the school.
Yes.
Thank
Jim from Leak, Mr. Walker.
Yes, Gentleman Yale.
Yes, gentlemen.
Yeah, I was just looking at the relationship in these two bills, the Patriotic Society with Boys and Girls Club, patriotic education, we get into history of a certain sort. There's a lot of similarity, but differences in the definition.
The difference is, one is, this is the grant that the money would go for them to take these trips and stuff. The Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, all that is for them to come into the schools to say, hey, we have Boy Scouts in your community. Would you like to join? And same with Girl Scouts. Just go in and kind of recruit kids to be in that organization. That's all that does.
So will the patriotic grant, is that there was no money in the Patriotic Society? Well, so the patriotic grant, will it provide funding for the Boys and Girls Club? The Girl Scouts and the Boy Scouts to go everywhere?
Boys and Girls Club possibly could. Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts probably would not, because you can feed, they work with, the schools work with boys clubs and girls clubs. So, I mean, they would have to apply, and then they would be vetted by your school board and your superintendent and then MDE.
Well, I mean, I'm thinking if you're going to enhance this patriotic societies, it need money because, I mean, Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts, where they sell cookies, but if they need a
I don't
field
think they
trip,
would
you know,
qualify.
and this patriotic is kind of what's confusing me here on why the same term is
It's
used.
more about what you're teaching about history and American history and those type of history, civil rights history, the history of the United States. I don't think Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts would fall under that.
Okay, thank you.
They would not leave
Gentleman
us
from
alone.
Hines, Mr. Banks.
Gentlemen, if you would yield for me.
Yes, gentlemen.
And I do want to apologize for the few minutes late, come back from lunch and walk in on this bill. Public education grant program established. But I want to hear how we reconcile this, or how I can reconcile this with the debate we had and the vote we had last year on critical race theory. And we're still here talking about the history of America. And we're right here on the 8th of February, which is Black History Month. I need to reconcile this for me so I can support this. Can you help me on this?
I'm not sure what you're talking about, critical race theory. I think it was like, and I'm not sure, I didn't handle the bill and didn't come through my committee, but I think it was just saying that no one can, that what? No,
Yeah.
you can't teach anybody's inferior to someone else, and that's all that bill did.
Yeah, well, I just recall last year we had a bill on critical race theory. Nobody could give us any examples of critical race theory. Would any of this going to the Civil Rights Museum or down at the quarter, down in Natchez, the slave quarter, would that be a violation of critical race theory?
I wouldn't think so.
Well, I'm just asking. I remember the gentleman last year couldn't tell me anything. I'm asking you, so I just need some definitions sometime on some of the stuff we pass.
And to be fair,
And I'm not trying to give you a hard time.
No, I get it. I mean, I don't have the bill in front of me, the critical race theory,
Yes, sir.
but I'm telling you, I don't think that would play into that.
Well, would you be amenable to putting an amendment in here at some point in time to make sure it does it?
What would the amendment say?
I don't know. You handle the bill, sir. I'm not trying to be facetious with you, but I just saw it.
Well, we can talk. I mean, as this moves through, I'll talk with you. That's
If you
no
say
problem
we'll
at
talk,
all.
I take it that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Falk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, gentlemen.
In the same line of questioning as my colleagues. So let me ask this question. Who can apply for this grant program, this monies?
Any teacher in the state.
Any teacher,
And the school
any
board.
school. So if Holly Springs High School applies for this money, and they can get how much? How much can they get to go to?
It could be you. Right. MDE would determine that based on request.
Okay. So
They're going to look at how much it costs, how many kids you got coming, whatever it is, you know.
Okay. So Holly Springs High School make a request, they get their money, and they're going to take their students to the Civil Rights Museum there in Memphis, Tennessee. And this class on this day is a very diverse class of students. Now, when you go to visit, the education about our history we had a dark past. Would you agree?
Sure.
So, as they visit this museum, if a child feels inferior or feel that maybe their race was to blame for some of the atrocities that happened to the people, would that be a violation of CRT?
No. If you're not teaching anyone to be inferior, if you're going to a museum
and they just
and you're studying about the history or the civil rights or slavery, that's part of history.
Oh, okay. So that would not be a violation of use?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Gentleman from October, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will you yield?
Yes, gentlemen.
I know we went over this in committee. I cannot remember, though, were after-school programs eligible for this funding as well?
If it's a school, if it's something school-sponsored, yes.
Okay, can you be just a little more specific? So a nonprofit after-school?
No,
or
not a
church?
nonprofit.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so it has to be.
It has to be
Public-private.
school-related, school board or principal has to approve it. It's got to be school-related.
Judge, gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
First say, I think it's outstanding what you, this bill is trying to do. But I just have two quick questions.
Okay.
The first quick question is, the Boys and Girls Club, are they allowed to participate?
No.
Great, awesome. And the next thing, did they consider giving the money instead of this, partnering with the two Mississippi museums? Because just this morning, we had 88 kids from West Elementary School came up on some funds that the two museums have that would not only pay for the kids to come up here, they will also pay for their lunch and pay for the buses.
That's
but
correct.
it have to be through the school system.
That's
So
correct.
have they thought about?
That's done with private donations right now.
Okay. Can we look at, see if they can get some of this funding so we can keep that program going, sir?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentlemen yield?
Yes, gentlemen.
I appreciate what you're trying to do here. I never got to take a field trip in my public school, so
I didn't either.
I also believe that a nation that forgets its history is doomed to repeat it. But my concern is there a litmus as to what qualifies? I mean, the band can't apply for these monies or the art class to go to the art museum. This is strictly history and civics related?
Yes, yes, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Holding the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1070. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 110 yeas and 6 nays, bill passes. Item 16.
Like to call up House Bill 1087.
You recognize.
I'm going to yield to the lady from Lowndes County to handle the bill.
Lady from Lowndes. What'd you call it? Lowndes? Is that what you said?
Lowndes.
Lowndes County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You got the bill? No.
Yeah, that's it right there.
Which one am I doing? This is House Bill number 1087. This is an act to create a new section in the code that would require the teachers from the Mississippi School for Math and Science to receive the same pay increase that we passed last session for public schools. Somehow MSMS was left out of the calculation. So this would just make sure that the teachers there receive the same salary increases for step increases for number of years of experience. And I yield for questions. Move for final passage. Did you have a question?
Questions. Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. Lady Yield.
Yes.
Lady, will this be retroactive? I presume they didn't get the raise this past year for this year.
Yes, it would be. They would make up for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lady from Hines, Miss Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentlelady yield.
The lady would yield.
Thank you. I said gentle lady, right? Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said
I
gentleman.
said gentle lady. Yeah. I just had a question. Does the school for deaf and blind also receive the salary increase?
They already did last year.
They have already received it. Thank you so much.
Jim from Montgomery, Mr. Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The lady, you yield over here.
Yes.
What is the total cost of this?
I don't
What
know.
is the total cost, the additional cost of this?
I'm not sure. You know what the total cost? But we made the raises for all the teachers, so regardless of the cost, MSMS teachers should receive it as well.
I support the bill. I was just wanting to know the number.
I don't know.
Okay,
No fiscal note requested,
thank you.
what I'm being told.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question recurs on House Bill 1087. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 114 yeas and 3 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders, what purpose you seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction, please.
You're recognized.
I ask that the House help me make welcome our very own Rick Monroe from Delta State University, Vice President of University and Advancement, sitting in the North Gallery.
Next item.
I'd like to call up House Bill 1150 and yield to the gentleman from Pearl River to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Pearl River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill just brings forward the code sections for the charter schools. It's not on the screen. We didn't do any changes in the bill as of now. We added a reverse repealer in, Mr. Speaker, I have a committee sub I need to call up.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. What?
I have a committee sub. This is a committee sub.
Oh, you sure do, gentlemen. I apologize. Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Anyways, the charter school board, this brings forward all of the code sections for the charter schools. There were some administrative technical requests made by peer. So we're just bringing forward the code sections with a reverse repealer. We're going to work on making those changes and involving all the necessary parties in those discussions as it goes through the process. And that is a short explanation of the bill, and I will yield for any questions.
Question. I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1150. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote of 87 yeas, 14 nays, the bill passes. Next item. Next item.
Oh, I'm sorry. Next item is item 18, House Bill 1174, and I have a amendment.
You recognize for your amendment.
What this bill does is it requires all schools to have Narcan in their school available, but the amendment is, whenever I did this, I didn't realize Narcan's not the only one, and I didn't want to limit this to one vendor. So what we changed it to is FDA-approved opioid reversal agents. So that way it could be anything that reverses. It does not have to be Narcan. But all we're doing is telling the schools to have Narcan available in there in case there is an overdose or something. And today it's a shame, but even on elementaries, you know, they could pick something up off of the campus or whatever. And that's an explanation of the bill. But the lady from Madison has a friendly amendment, if we could yield to her for that amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize the lady for her amendment, her friendly amendment.
All this amendment does is insert.
Excuse me, lady. Madam Clerk tells me we've yet to adopt the gentleman's amendment. Did you just explain an amendment?
It's a strike all. Can we adopt that first before she gives her friendly amendment? Yes.
All right. Very good. Then I'm going to recognize the lady from Madison for her amendment. This is a strike all amendment, I'm informed. So we need to take up the lady's amendment first.
All this amendment does is insert the Seizure Safe Schools Act language, which allows seizure rescue medication to be administered in our schools, just like the Narcan. That's an explanation of the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the amendment, the lady's amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the friendly amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You have something further, gentlemen?
No, that's it.
Okay,
Final
gentleman
passage.
from Washington, Mr. Bailey has a question.
The gentleman yield.
Yes.
Who is going to determine whether or not, or make an assessment and determine whether or not an opioid overdose has occurred?
Well, I think it would somewhat be obvious, but from what I understand, there's
Obvious? Obvious? What do you mean obvious?
someone who's passed out OD'd, but let me get to that. From what I understand is there's no negative effects if it's given and you're not having an
Okay.
OD.
All right, well, that,
Otherwise, I would be with you, but
that's satisfied because
there's
a lot
no
of,
harm done if they're given that.
yeah, a lot of schools don't have nurses.
You're right.
And don't have access to medical care and don't have access to emergency rooms.
I agree.
So that's what I want to find
I
out.
agree. And I think this will help with that and also the seizure medicine. Thank you.
Jump from Jones, Mr. Scoggin.
Thank you, sir. I have a friendly question for you. Do you know what the current law is, or is there any rule that schools have the defibrillators? I don't know if the schools have to have them. I'm just curious.
You know, I'm not sure if the law says you have. I know all of our schools have them. But are they mandatory? I know they have the authority. I'm being told it's not mandatory. They have the authority to do it, and also if they have it, they have to be trained. I do know all of my schools have it, but that's something we may need to look at and make that mandatory to have it in the schools.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam. Oh, excuse me, this is a strike call. If you favor the strike call, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Now we're back to the bill. Jim from Hines, Mr. Bell, you have a question.
Yeah, just a quick question. Quick question, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker.
gentlemen.
Gentleman Yield. Does it provide immunity for those administering this medication?
It does not, but what I've been told and led to believe, there's no negative effects if you're not. I mean, it's just a spray up your nose, and there's nothing negative there.
Right.
But hopefully, I don't know if there's time, but you know, most of our schools have nurses. Some do not. I know that my schools, they share a nurse at elementaries, but hopefully it'll be in a nurse's station or the principal's office.
Okay, thank you, Jim.
The schools have some immunity anyway.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1174. If you favor the bill, vote aye. Opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas and 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item.
With permission, I'd like to skip the next item, and if you would, let me go to item 117, House Bill 1176.
What about number 19? You want to hold its place?
We're going to hold it.
Hold it?
Hold its place.
Any
Yes.
objection? All right, and you going where now? 119?
Yes. No, 117.
Any objection to advancing to 117? All right, we'll go there.
Okay, I'd like to call it up and yield to the gentleman from Lamar to handle the bill.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Lamar is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1176 would clarify that the National Board Supplement that we offer teachers is only available to those who are employed by a school and working in the classroom. That was always the intent of the legislation. This just clarifies that. It also adjusts the way that we pay, that we reimburse for the cost of the National Board exam, which the state covers for teachers who are seeking that. That's a brief explanation of the bill.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question recurs on House Bill 1176. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas and 3 nays, the bill passes.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to hold that bill on a motion, please.
Okay, we can do that.
Thank you.
All right, we return now to page 3, item 20, banking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 20, House Bill 1030. It's already been read the third time and call up the committee sub.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like for you to recognize the senior gentleman from Lee to explain the next 4 bills.
Gentleman from Lee, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1030, this is a bill that we had brought up last year. And this is for companies that do financial sales, auto vehicle sales financing. And if you'll remember from last year, this was brought about because due to COVID, a lot of these companies like Ford Motor Credit were having their call people work from home, and according to our statutes, anyone that's doing these call centers, they have to be at the location where their license, where the banking license is required. And so this was just to say that they could do this at their place of residence, where if they're working from home. On the committee sub, we added that they have to have a designated separate area in the home where they work. Like, you couldn't work from like a Starbucks or something like that. It has to be like a home office situation. And so that's a brief explanation of the bill.
All right, I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1030. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas and 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item.
Sir, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to call up House Bill 1041. It's already been read for the third time.
You recognize.
All right. House Bill 1031 has been brought to us by the Treasurer's Office, and what this does, it updates some definitions in our code to better align with federal regulations, some of our banking regulations that they have. And the main thing it does here is we had a term in our codes that was outdated. It was primary capital, and we're changing that to regulatory capital, which is better aligns with our federal guidelines. And that's my explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1041. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to call up House Bill 1123. It's been read for the third time, and we need to adopt the committee sub.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Okay, this bill, it sets up regulations for what we are calling earned wage access services. These are services that are provided on an app where a consumer can access funds, and prior to their payday, they get the funds from this company. The company downloads the funds to their bank account, and then they have access to them. And
Right.
after they are paid, then they repay the funds back to the company. There are no fees, mandatory fees associated with this product, no interest or penalties either. We have Section 1 of this bill goes through definitions of what consumer, provider are, and other, what's a mandatory payment, what's a non-mandatory payment. Section 2 of this bill states that these regulations do not apply to any other banks, savings and loan, or other financial entities in the state. Section 3 lays out what one of these companies, the information they must provide to the consumers, and Section 4 lays out that what they cannot do to any of their customers. Section 4 says that Section 5 is under the regulation of the Attorney General's office. If there's any issues that need to be brought about, they will file complaints through the Attorney General's office. And that's my explanation of the bill.
Questions? Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Criswell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
So now, are these services available in our state now?
They are.
So what does this regulation, it's not going to make them available? I guess my question is, why do we need this regulation then?
This particular app came to us asking for these regulations to be passed. They want to set up a marketplace where if any other businesses come in, that they have a level playing field and there are rules to go by. And
So if they're in the state now and they're operating their business now, but they're asking for regulation to prevent other people from coming in and competing, I guess.
This would not prevent any other business from coming in to compete. But if they do come in to compete in the state, this sets up regulations on how to treat their customers.
I guess it seems odd to me. I don't know many businesses that come to government and say, please regulate me.
It is unusual.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions.
Final
Open
passage.
machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1123. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 93 yeas and 17 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Yes, sir. I'd like to bring up House Bill 880, and it's been read for the third time.
Yes, sir. You got the committee sub there.
Yes, we need to adopt the committee sub.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Okay, this is also another bill that we had brought up last year that we are reintroducing this year. It didn't make it through the Senate. This is Mississippi Consumer Privacy Act for state agencies, and what this does is says that our state agencies cannot sell our personal information to third parties to go on mailing lists or phone call lists. We overwhelmingly supported this bill last year, and we're just bringing it back up this year. There was also, we added language on about our motor vehicle records about sharing that information. So we put some regulations in there for not, so that those agencies will not be sharing our motor vehicle records as well. And I have an amendment at the proper time.
Any questions? Oh, we got an amendment? All right. You recognize for your amendment.
Right, this is a simple amendment. It just had, we had a typographical error on line 71. We're removing the number 15 and putting the number 8. And that's the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
That's all. Move final passage.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 880. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 24, House Bill 280. Call it up, make the usual motion. It's been read.
It's already been read, gentlemen. You're recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to yield to the gentlelady from Lincoln to explain the
Lady
bill.
from Lincoln is recognized. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Bennett, what purpose do you seek recognition? Ladies recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They're telling me that I need to table the committee amendment.
All right. Motion is to table committee amendment. Any opposed? I don't see any. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Back on the original bill.
And I have an amendment. Okay. And I have an amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, you recognized for your amendment.
Thank you. So this has kind of been a long journey. I wrote this bill, House Bill 280, because I was concerned about foreign governments coming in, especially communist China, to buy land in Mississippi around military bases, nuclear plants, and agriculture land. So this is kind of transformed, and I've got a lot of information from a lot of people. And so I've changed the bill to an amendment. And I need to tell you, first of all, I hate a study committee, but it's got to be studied because it is so in-depth. We already have sold property and land to communist China. We already have sold hundreds of thousands of farmland to other countries, and it was already against the law in a statute 12-1-23. So it's already, and in that law, it states that this reverts back to the state of Mississippi. And I'm gonna be honest with you, as a nurse, this was way over my head, but I know that it's got to be studied. And so I have formed a study committee of the Attorney General or his or her designee, the chairman of the House, Judge B, and the committee, the chairman of the House Agriculture Committee and their committee, one person to be appointed by the governor, one person to be appointed by the lieutenant governor, and one person to be appointed by the speaker, and one member of Farm Bureau. And I'm telling you guys, the reason I want so many people on this committee is I want them to hear what I've heard the last few weeks from our constituents across the state, we're in trouble. The other thing is, we have the Netherlands who has bought over 300,000 acres in Tishomingo County that have bought them for their retirement system, and they're making money. And our retirement system's in trouble. What are we doing? So I please ask you to support this amendment. Let's study this and see what position we're in, and then we'll go from there. And they have to have a report back to the legislature by December of this year. And that's my explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Jim from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's actually on the bill, but I'll do the amendment. Gentlelady, you yield.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you just made the statement about communist China and other foreign governments, and then you mentioned the Netherlands. I'm not sure if they've ever posed a threat to the United States.
Well, the law stated that no foreign entity could buy land. So I don't feel, though, I can make a bill today saying something that happened and nobody did anything about it for all these years, that we could go into doing anything about it today without studying to see what's happened.
Okay, so I don't want to sound argumentative about this because it's. So did you know that, like, the Queen of England owns land in the state of Mississippi prior to her death?
I do realize that, but what I'm saying to you, we have an old law that states no foreign entity can buy land in the state of Mississippi.
But never mind. I'm good with it. Thanks.
All right, Jim from Hines, Mr. Stamps.
Mr. Speaker, with the gentlelady yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlelady, would you agree that with all the bills that we pass, this issue strikes at the very core of Mississippi, with us being an agriculture state?
Yes, sir, I do.
Would you also agree that globally, all the wars are being fought over food and energy? Would you agree to that?
I do, and I feel like, especially when you have a country like China, they're going to send a lot of food to their country, and we may be hungry one day.
And I agree with you. Would you also agree that if we're going to maintain ourselves for our future dominance in agriculture, Mississippians must own as much land as possible and produce on that land for farm families of Mississippi and all the other farm families like ours who are the backbone of our state?
Absolutely. You said it better than I did.
Thank you very much. And I just encourage members of those committees and who may be appointed to be very serious in these meetings that will transpire so we can take serious action next year.
Thank you, sir.
Lady's time has expired on her amendment. Question now recurs on Amendment 2. If you favor the amendment, indicate this. Sir? Your time has expired, gentlemen. Time has expired on the amendment. The ones who preceded you asked questions long enough that the time expired, sir. Question recurs on Amendment 2. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Anything further?
Adopted.
Okay, questions on the bill. Gentleman from Scott, Mr. Miles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lady, I had some calls on this as well, but some of the calls that I were getting with, are you familiar with our tax sales that we have?
Tax
When people don't pay their taxes?
I don't. I'm sorry. Like I said, I made this a study committee because as not being a lawyer, I realized quickly this was way over my head.
Yeah. Well, you know, when you don't pay your taxes on your home, the property taxes.
Yeah, they come get it, yeah.
Yeah. Well, some of the concerns I've had has been that there are people that are from out of the country and different things that are bidding on these online things when we sell the property taxes online, and they're coming in and buying property.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes,
in our local communities, and they're not doing anything with the property, so we still have all the blight and different things like that. So as you proceed with your study committee, make sure to put something in there as well, if you don't mind, to look at on the property as well on the local level.
Yes, sir, I will. But I also encourage everybody that wants to know everything that I have found out to be at those meetings, because I think you're going to be shocked.
Thank you.
Jump from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry about the confusion a moment ago. Lady, I'm just reading the title here, and this is only pertaining to agricultural lands, is that correct?
I'm sorry, say that one. It only agriculture land?
Lands,
Yes,
all
sir.
lands in Mississippi.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, what?
It only pertains to agricultural.
Cultural lands, okay, because I'm thinking about, how we had Nissan
You
come
may have
in and
I
the tire
understand what you're
company and all
saying.
these other people
It
come
is
in.
agriculture only.
Okay, and then, of course, I think it said that it dealt with foreign governments, but then you have foreign corporations, you have foreign individuals that come in, so would it just eliminate all of that?
Well, and that's why we're having the study committee.
Okay, now, when we're starting to look at national politics here, and of course, we have allies in other countries, like NATO, for example, so it would be worldwide. Anything that's not made in the USA, or born in USA, it will prohibit that.
No, sir.
I would, instead foreign governments. I'm lost.
I'm sorry.
I'm lost. Don't lose me.
Oh, okay, so I have a study committee, but current law does not allow any foreign entity to come in to buy, or corporation,
Okay,
to buy over 320 acres.
okay. So
That's current law.
So any foreign government, NATO, nobody,
Anybody.
Canada, anywhere, nobody can come here. Okay.
That's right.
Thank you.
Jump from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Lady Yield,
Yes, sir.
I was just wondering, given things we've talked about in the last few days, would you be in favor of the CCID taking over these properties?
Probably not.
Oh, okay.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine. Madam Clerk, favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk, by about 114 yeas and 3 nays. The bill passes. Next item, conservation.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask for item number 25 and 26 to be read the third time and retain their spot on the calendar.
All right, we can do that.
And if I'd have unanimous consent to go down to item number 60, 61, and 62.
Any objection going to 61 and 62?
60, 61, and 62. 60 as well, Mr. Speaker. 60, 61, and 62.
What about them?
If we can go to those items.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We just did.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What you want to do with them?
Call up number 60, House Bill 88,
Yeah.
and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill comes to us from the junior gentleman from Lee County, and DEQ is okay with it. Basically, it just sets up a pilot program to educate children on conservation of water resources, and it doesn't cost any money.
Question. I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 88. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By about 115 yeas and 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item.
Yes, sir. The next bill is House Bill number 1108. Pull it up, make the usual motion.
Jumping calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it.
There is a committee substitute, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sorry, what?
There is a committee substitute.
Not on this one, there's not.
No, I'm sorry. I apologize. That's a different bill number. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Lee County. Check that. The gentleman from DeSoto.
Gentleman DeSoto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is House Bill 1108. This comes from the Conservation and Water Resource Committee. This bill here is to authorize rural water associations that also provide sewer services to participate in the ARPA Rural Water Association Infrastructure Grant Program. Basically what this is doing, this is just giving rural water associations the opportunity to provide sewer services. And that's my explanation.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Reynolds.
Gentlemen, I believe you've got good legislation. Let me ask you this. There are water districts in the state. There's about 12 of them. There's one in northeast Mississippi. There's the Grenada, Tallahatchie, and Yalobusha district that, well, any rate, that, and there are several others that basically were, you could say left out of the first round of programming. In the process, could y'all look at, Northeast Mississippi has a couple of them too. Could y'all look at devising a method so that at least these rural water districts, which are in effect like nonprofits, but they're under Board of Supervisors appointed things, that they got a bite at the apple this time?
Yes, so we have Bill 1213 that's going to address that. That's coming next.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure that that can be amended to do that.
Yes,
okay?
sir. And thank you.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman here?
Yes, ma'am.
Gentlemen, we were discussing this with the gentleman from Hinds County, the Speaker of the House, about these water associations. And I have one, the gentleman from Clark, Mr. Smith, he and I share Harmony Water Association. And I want you to explain to me that if these people are allowed to participate and get even additional ARPA dollars to provide a service that they're not providing now, but Harmony Water Association has not gotten a dime because, they didn't make the cut. So I want to know, does this bill allow for those water associations that didn't get anything last year in the rounds of, that they were trying to make the applications for? Will they be considered first before we start expanding opportunities for water associations to do more services when these people can't take care of their drinking water?
Yes, ma'am, it will.
Okay, is that in this bill somewhere?
That is actually in Bill 1213 coming up next.
Okay, well then let me be sure.
Okay.
Be clear. Because this bill says that this grant program is to be for rural water. Then it comes and says that these funds are going to be available up until 2026. So I guess my question is, why didn't we have all of this in one bill? Because if both, if one survives and the other one doesn't, you would agree that Harmony is still out in the cold, right?
You're right. You're exactly right.
So what are we gonna do about Harmony? Is Harmony you gonna make sure Harmony gets there? All right.
We will look into that. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Move final passage.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1108. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas and 3 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up House Bill 1213. We do have a committee substitute.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the bill that a few of you referenced on the rural water systems. House Bill 1213 seeks to all the rural water systems and districts that applied for ARPA funds, if they got the first round, this just says that before they issue any other money, those that didn't get any get above the ones that got the first round. And that's a brief explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Warren, Mr. Denton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yeah.
Yes, sir.
How much money can they apply for?
Everybody's already applied, and we are working with MDEQ, and I know they're working hard with appropriations to make sure all of the applications are funded. So this is just kind of a vehicle to move through the process to make sure that all these projects are funded.
Yes, sir. I understood that, but you didn't. How much money can each person, each rural district apply for, though? I mean, is it a set amount or is no amount? I mean,
It's based on what they've submitted, so it's based on what they need. So they all submit an application, and then MDEQ scores them and rates them and then funds it from there.
Okay, and the reason why I bring that forward is because I have a water district that in need of $8 million to get something done, so they can apply for that amount of money.
Yes, sir. I would assume they already have.
Okay.
Most of them have already applied for these funds, but in the first round, there wasn't enough money, so a lot of them got left out. And so this is to make sure that those that got left out get priority over those that got the first round.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions. Hope the
final passage,
machine,
Mr. Speaker.
Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1213. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas and 3 nays, the bill passes. We return now to page 4 where we left off. Next item is number 29, elections.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to the House calendar, number 29, and call up House Bill 16, make the usual motion.
It's been read the third time, gentlemen. We don't have to make the usual motions. You are recognized to present the bill.
Ladies and gentlemen, what House Bill 16, all it's doing is it's making the election commissioners be nonpartisan. That's the explanation of the bill. I yield the floor.
Any questions? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
I thought that election commissions are already impartial based on the the Hatch Act. Yeah, they can't get involved with the side one way or another, can they?
Well, right now, the election commissioners can either designate whether they're a Democrat or Republican. But to just go by the Attorney General's opinion, they're supposed to be nonpartisan. When they take office, they need to be nonpartisan. That's what we're trying to go back to.
Well, I'm saying they're already unimpartial based on federal law.
No, sir.
The Hatch Act, I believe.
No, sir. Going by what I have, right now, if you are an election commissioner and you want to run for that office, you can say whether you're Democrat, Republican, or Independent, or Green Party, whatever the case may be. And that's what this bill is doing, is it's making it nonpartisan. So you will be on the ballot, but you will not have any designation out beside your candidate name.
Well, so they'll be able to run in either precinct? You know, we have a Democrat and a Republican precinct.
Well, they're only going to run in the precinct or the district or whatever the case may be that they are.
I don't mean precinct, I mean primary. They're separate primary. So how would they handle that?
I'm sorry, what now?
Otherwise, you have a Democrat and a Republican primary in most elections.
No, sir. They're going to be on the ballot as nonpartisan. It's not going to be in a primary, because there's sometimes when election commissioners are staggered on the ballot.
I understand.
I mean, in years. Sometimes they're on the odd year, so for reason that being, you don't want 5 brand new election commissioners to be elected at one time.
Well, I understand the stackledness of the
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
On the primary, how are you going to get designated? Give me just 1 second.
All right, then answer, because I know that's a little strange to me.
To answer your question, it's be just like your judges. The judges is listed on the ballot, and they're not, it's on the primary, but they're all in one list together.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Stamps.
Speaker, with the gentleman you,
Yes, sir.
can you point to me a case where an election commissioner has ran in a primary election right now?
Right here in the past, yeah, they have ran in the primary as a Republican or Democrat, and that's what, like I say, that's what we're trying to get away from.
Thank you. I'm not familiar with that, but thank you for your answer.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine. Madam Clerk, question occurs on House Bill 16. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine. Madam Clerk, by a vote of 111 yeas and 2 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 30, House Bill 1276, and as a committee substitute for that.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 1276, right now in the general election for statewide offices, there is no runoff. And so what this would do was if the two highest vote getters do not receive 50% plus one of the votes, they will go to a runoff, which will be held in 3 weeks. And if after 3 weeks, when they have that runoff, if nobody receives the number of votes to be declared a winner, they will both go to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court will decide the winner of the race. I'm sorry. If there's a tie, they will draw straws, or the Justice Court will flip the coin.
Okay. You conclude your explanation.
I yield the question.
Question. Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Yeah. Okay, gentlemen, okay. The people who run for these offices have just gone through primaries, right?
No, ma'am, it's been a general election.
But they started out in a primary, didn't they?
Yes, ma'am, they did start on primary.
Okay. And after they started out in a primary, whether they were Libertarian, Democrat, Republican, or whatever they were, or as we get through the process, independent. But as they became their party's nominee, they went through an elections process, right?
That's right.
Okay, and then we get to what we call the general election, where everybody gets an opportunity to participate, right? Who
Yes,
wants,
ma'am.
if they're allowed to vote.
If the winner of the primary for the Republican, winner of the primary for the Democrat, and then you're going to have your Libertarian, your Green, your Independent, that will be in the general election. Those, yes, ma'am, those candidates will be on the ballot.
Okay. And if a person receives more votes than somebody else, why shouldn't they just win?
They will, ma'am, if they have the majority. But if they do not have the majority, then you have to have a runoff. And like I said, right now, we do not have a runoff for the general election. And because there's a good possibility with the Green Party and Libertarian and Independent candidates in there on the ballot, it's going to spread the votes out. So that's why we're trying to put this runoff on the general election.
But you would agree that the people have spoken.
Ma'am?
You would agree that the citizens of the state would have spoken. Those who wanted to vote for a Libertarian in the general, for an independent candidate in the general, or if they wanted to vote for one of the two major parties, they would have had that opportunity, right?
Oh,
to
yes, ma'am.
speak at that time.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what? Again, I ask, if you were playing a football game and you go through these 4 quarters, and at the end of the game, if I have 1 point more than you have, I win, right?
That's in football, ma'am. That's not in an election.
Okay. And in basketball, if I have 1 point more, I win. And in baseball, if I have, and we go through a process of quarters and innings and what have you.
Yes, ma'am.
Could we not equate that to an election, that we go through primaries, then we get to the general election, and then the people speak at the general election, and then whoever has the most votes should win, right?
Ma'am, what this is doing is if you have more than if you have more than 2 candidates in the general election, you're going to have a runoff. With 2 candidates, you're not going to have a runoff. It's highly unlikely because one candidate's going to get 50% plus 1 of the vote, so they'd have the majority.
So the members of the House will understand. This may not be applicable to you today, but I'm sorry, it is applicable to us today. But if we kill this, can we change this? Because I'm gonna be honest with you, gentlemen, for those of us who have gone through these elections, and I hope you would agree with me, you've gone through a primary, grueling. Then you go through a general election, even more grueling. And then you have gotten the most votes above that, whoever it was and all of those who participated. But in the end, you got the most votes. Why can't that be what settles it? Why do we have to go to a runoff to settle it? Just because you had some libertarian that got 1/8 of a 10% of a vote, and you got 49.2. And now you got to gear all back up again. This does not need to be, gentlemen. We need to get rid of this. We need an amendment. We need to change this. Let the people vote. Let us decide on the first Tuesday in November if it's 50 of them running. If we come out, you come out with the most votes, you ought to win.
Ma'am, I disagree with you because if you have 3 or more people running in statewide offices, nobody's going to get the majority of the vote. It's going to be too close to call. So you would have a runoff between the 2 highest vote getters in 3 weeks. And if it is a tie, then they will go before Chief Justice of the Supreme Court 2 days after the canvass, and the tie will be determined. Whoever, that's the fairest way to do it.
Well, what happens now? So I can be clear what we're doing.
Right now, as I understand it, there is no runoff in the general election. Yes, because of the resolution that we passed back in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody voted on it.
I know. And so what you're trying to do is, with this bill, is take us back to change it.
We're just trying to codify this bill right here.
Okay, so I can be sure what I'm voting on. This does not require a runoff.
If they do not get the majority, yes, it's going to require a runoff. Huh?
So what are we doing?
Ma'am, if right now, we would be the one that would decide it. And that's what we're trying to get away from. That's why we
vote to pass that bill in 2020 so that we wouldn't have to make that decision of who won in a tie race.
Okay, but I thought that, because I'm not, I can't remember. Ask the attorney that in 2020, did we not just say whoever got the most votes, that we wouldn't decide, that whoever got the most votes won? Because if we didn't, that's what we need to do.
It was that so the legislature would provide the provisions for a runoff. That's what was in place in the Constitution right now.
And can you ask the lady, I don't know about that being in the Constitution, but I do know that there was some statute that was passed about 60 years ago that changed it, because Mississippi used to not be in this whole runoff thing. I'm trying to keep y'all out of a runoff. I'm on my way home.
I'm sorry, ma'am. What?
Can you ask the attorney, when did the state of Mississippi go to a runoff system for members of the House of Representatives and the Mississippi State Senate?
Oh, Lord. Mr. Speaker, I want to make a motion to lay this bill on table subject to call.
And let's work it out. Let's take the House out, send it out.
All right, motion is laid the bill on the table subject to call. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Bill's laid on the table. Subject to call. Next item.
We'll move to item number 31, House Bill 1310, and I call it the gentleman from Rankin County.
Okay, gentleman from Rankin County. You got a committee sub, gentlemen. Do you wish to adopt?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go section by section if I can. Section 1 will set up, briefly, trust me. Section 1 sets up the Secretary of State to audit each 82 counties within 4-year period to make sure their elections are running smoothly. Section 2, no big deal. Section 3 provides that after they pass the initial audit, each county will start doing what's called risk limiting audits. And what that is, they will take, if it's a tight election, they're going to audit a certain number of machines, and the tighter the election, the more machines they audit, just to make sure the counts are correct. If it's a wide margin of victory for somebody, it's less machines. That's what a risk limiting audit does. Section 5 is the election support fund. They already have it, but what we're doing is 70% goes to the counties, 30% is going to go directly to the Secretary of State. Anything left over that will come back to the general fund, and that is for the integrity of elections and security of the elections themselves. Section 6. I have an amendment for that. We're going to repeal it.
You're recognized, gentlemen.
We are removing section 6 under currently it is this particular part is under litigation in the state of Florida, and I just assume Mississippi not have to go through that. So we're going to remove the entire section 6, which is some social media companies. That's an explanation of that.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. You have another amendment?
I will shortly. All right. Section 8 is the meat of the bill. This is if you're a registered voter and you don't vote in an election within 4 years, that includes 2 federal elections, you will be placed on inactive. You will be sent a card asking if you still live at the residence and you still want to stay on the voter rolls.
And at this time, I know we have another amendment from the gentleman from Tallahatchie.
Gentleman from Rankin, do you have any further amendments? Yes, sir. Gentleman from Adams.
Before he goes to another amendment, I have a question on this amendment.
On this amendment?
The one he's talking about right now, where he's
Yeah,
purging
I'm not
people
sure
from
we're
that-
talking about an amendment right
Okay.
now. We're trying to figure out what we're doing here. We have two more amendments, okay? Very good. Who wants to go first? Gentleman from Tallahatchie has an amendment.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, this bill, the Ohio legislature passed a bill that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that would allow, if you didn't vote for 2 years, they could send you a notice and then put you on the inactive list. This bill currently has that, I think, 2 years in one place and 3 years in another place. What this amendment that I've got does is say 4 years in place of the 2 years, standardizes it, and it also gives you, it's not just federal or state elections, it would allow, if you vote at a municipal election, it would count. And I think there's going to be another amendment about if you serve on a jury, that would count. The purpose of this amendment is to lower the subset of people that would be potentially affected by being placed on the inactive list, and hopefully to help more people participate. I want to see more people participating rather than less, and so that's the purpose of the amendment to the committee substitute, and I have talked and worked with the subcommittee chairman, brought it to his attention. So that's what the amendment does. It places 2, 4, or 3, 4, and it includes if you participate in municipal elections, if you vote in a special election or something like that. Every election you vote in is going to count toward it, and that's what we have.
Questions on this amendment? Gentleman from Adams has a question. You yield, gentlemen?
Yes, I do.
Let's make sure we understand, what is the law now that we recently passed? What does it say?
Well, let me say what the bill that
No, I want to know what the law, do you know what the law says right now?
This is going to be a new section, gentlemen.
Okay, but right now, are people kicked off the voting rolls for not voting?
Right now, there is a procedure whereby, and I was just looking at it, whereby the Election Commission can send a person a notice, and I don't have that statute in front of me, but they can send them a notice, and I think there is a procedure for putting them on an inactive list, and
Okay.
But I don't have that in front of me,
That's
gentlemen,
fine.
but I will get it for you.
That's fine, I don't need you to get it for me. I want to go now. Now, what does the bill do?
Well, now, let me put this to you now. I'm not an author of this bill, gentlemen. What the bill would, in parts of it, say, and I stand to be corrected, that if in 2 years an individual, it's either, right now it would be 2 years for certain elections and 3 years for other elections if you had not participated in the elective process in those times, the federal or state elections, say governor and federal elections, you would be placed, they would send you a notice and you could be placed on the inactive list, or you could be removed from the rolls like Ohio. You'd be removed from the rolls. You could vote by affidavit, but you'd be removed from the rolls if I'm not mistaken. I think that is correct. Now, I don't want to give an improper summary of a bill of which I'm not the author, but I believe that is the way that it is. This would give additional time before those sanctions were applied.
You said this, you talk about the
This, my amendment.
You'll give additional time and additional elections would serve to keep you on the road.
That's right. It'd keep you on the road.
Okay.
It wouldn't take you off the road.
Yeah. Well, I'm just trying to make sure that everybody understands what you're doing.
Well, I'm trying to do the best I can do,
All right.
and that would keep you on the road.
And I'm trying to do the best I can with you. That's what
I can do.
Both of us have a difficult task. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, I recognize the chairman to respond.
We're not opposed. Me and the gentleman worked together on this. I'll be glad to answer questions. I mean, if you need me to, but this is new section we're putting into law.
You support the amendment, gentlemen?
I support the amendment.
Okay. Anybody want to ask a question? Jim from Washington? Well, he'll be allowed to close. He'll be allowed to close. You going to close on the amendment that the chairman supports?
I hate to.
Jim from Washington really wants to ask his question.
I respect the
somebody
gentleman
please
from
answer his
Washington,
question.
and so senior gentleman from Washington.
I don't think nobody want me to talk because they got my mic on now. But what I'm trying to do is this.
Mm-hmm.
How do we monitor what you're proposing in your amendment? The election commissioner, most of them, and God knows most of them are not trained well, and most of them don't know how to use computers, and most of them don't have systems where they can access to check who voted in a municipal election, to check who voted. They could probably go and check on the governor's race, and to check who voted in a federal election. We don't have any systems in place that they can utilize that they can be checked. So a lot of folks' rights going to be violated because there's no way to monitor this. So how would you monitor it? How would an election commissioner out there with little training, no knowledge of technology, no equipment, no system, how would they monitor all that?
All right. Gentlemen, first off, let me say this. You would have 4 years before any sanctions apply for you on this rather than a potential 2 years, okay? So people, if there is a problem, they'd be on 2 years longer. That's one thing. Second, when somebody votes on the voting roll, there's a record of that. And, that people voted, there is a record of that. So the municipal thing, I think the more opportunities we have to draw people for opportunity to participate in voting, we need to do it. And this would give, if you voted in municipal election but didn't vote in a governor or federal election, it would draw in the net and let you vote. If you don't have municipal elections covered, you can't. And so I would that everyone be saved. But the thing about it is, I'm doing what I can do. Well, it may not be, gentlemen. I'm not, an old judge told me from North Carolina, he said, Mr. Reynolds, you're not the savior. I was arguing, I thought pretty well for a client, and I've got him some relief, but I couldn't get him all I wanted, gentlemen, like you sometimes. And he said, you're not the savior. And I'm not the savior, gentlemen, but I'm trying to do what I can do, and this amendment will let people stay that wouldn't have stayed otherwise. Okay, thank you. I appreciate your support.
Do you yield for any further question? Do you yield for further question?
I always yield to the lady from Hines.
The gentleman from Adams was first. Gentleman from Adams, do you have a question?
Yeah, I just want to make sure we got to understand the best way to make sure people are drawn in and can't vote is not to purge their names at all. Isn't that correct?
That's right.
So I don't want anybody, am I correct? You're not trying to normalize taking people off the voting rolls.
No.
What you're saying is that your amendment is better than what the chairman has offered prior to your amendment. Yeah, just go say the chairman didn't have a vote.
Yes.
Yeah,
From my perspective, it is.
All right.
Yes, it's better.
Okay, any further questions on the amendment that the chairman doesn't oppose and that everybody's for? All right. I don't see any further questions. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Stamps is urgent to ask a question.
Mr. Speaker.
Does somebody yield to the gentleman for a question?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does this exclude active and reserve military members from being purged from voter rolls?
No, but I'd be happy to have that.
Okay, great.
All right. All right, question occurs on amendment number 2. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We got another amendment. By whom? Gentleman from Rankin has an amendment.
We're trying to keep people off of this, just so you know.
I'm sorry, gentleman, we can't hear you. You got to speak loud and into that
We are
microphone.
doing our best to keep you off of this list. What this amendment does is it adds, if you were sent a jury summons and responded to it or went on jury duty, you will be eliminated from this list. Or let me back up, you will not be placed on this list. It's just another way to keep people off the list that are living where they're supposed to.
Questions on the amendment. Gentleman from Adams.
Chairman Yield.
Yes, sir.
I'm just trying to understand, what are we trying to cure by taking people off the voting rolls?
We're just trying to clean them up. If you don't live at that location or you've moved, this is just another way for the.
But if you don't live in that location, you move, then you are not a dutifully registered voter, and you don't have to remove them from the rolls to do that. They either registered voter or they're not. Isn't that correct?
Correct. And there's other ways to do it. I mean, we're going through the databases, I mean, with the Secretary of State's office, with the Highway Patrol, driver's license, and even the U.S. Postal Service. Every one of those is a tool. This is just another one.
You're doing all that. Is there some overwhelming list of information of people on a list that makes it hard for election commissioners to run an election? I haven't heard that complaint.
Ohio passed it. It went to U.S. Supreme Court. I thought it'd be a good idea for Mississippi.
Oh, since Ohio did. Okay. All right.
Ohio.
Thank you.
Other questions on the amendment? Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Hale.
Introduction out of order.
Hold that for a minute. We got a clock on. Any other questions? Gentleman from Tallahatchie, you're up here and your button's pushed. All right, well, we're going to work on Amendment 3 right now. You wish to close, author of Amendment number 3?
No. Just vote on it.
Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment number 3 to House Bill 1310. Open machine, Madam Clerk. We'll voice vote. If you're in favor of the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 3 is adopted. We have another amendment. You're recognized to explain.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, this would be something that the House of Representatives and the Senate did after World War II, when they had all these young, I believe they had 47, William Winter, just a bunch of people that really remade this state. They just fought overseas to defend freedom, and they came back and they did so much good work. This would just say that if you had an honorably discharged veteran from the United States military, that after they'd completed their sentence, as they did back then if they were convicted of a nonviolent crime, their right to vote would be restored. Now, this was what was passed in, I believe it was 48, and those they still vote today. They've always, that was the greatest generation. And let me tell you something, though. We got some good kids now that they've got, you know, they come in my office, I see them after they have traumatic brain injuries. I see them after they have been given their limbs and life for this country. And yes, they make a few mistakes. Yes, they make a few mistakes. When you see a colleague blown up and you have a nightmare every night, you know, it does something to you. But they fought for this country, bled, and almost died for this country. So what I would do is when they do right, if they got in some trouble, just like we did after World War II, if they got in some trouble, this would give them that right to vote. And it was done, and they're still voting. So I believe that it's possible to do because it was done. So that's what I want to do.
Questions on the amendment? Gentleman from Copiah, Mr. Holloway.
On the bill.
Gentleman from Alcorn, Mr. Bain.
Amendment. If gentlemen will yield.
Evidently, Soggy Sweat was involved, gentleman from Alcorn.
Well, Soggy Sweat was a good man, but my question to you is, you're returning suffrage to a group of people, is that right?
Just as they did after World War II.
And in order to do that, you have to basically have a class of people like you're doing.
And we're doing that, and you have to get, I think you ought to get a sufficient vote for its passage, too.
I got a parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker. If this amendment is adopted, does that not change the vote to 2/3?
That would be correct, gentlemen.
I don't know about that, but I think these people need to vote. These people need to vote. These veterans do.
So you want to move forward with your amendment, gentlemen, knowing it's going to, if it were to prevail, it will move the threshold to 2/3?
Go ahead.
Recognize the author of the bill to respond.
I am vehemently opposed to this amendment.
Okay, question recurs on the adoption of amendment number 4. If you favor the, you recognize the gentleman from Adams for a question.
Mr. Chairman, either one of you, I just got a question for you. On this amendment that we're about to vote on, this amendment will restore suffrage to veterans, people who fought in the military, who gave their lives or risked their lives on behalf of this country. And you're asking us to vote against that?
I'd be glad to have that bill in a separate bill, but I don't want it to kill my bill.
Oh, how's it going to kill your bill?
It's raising the threshold to 2/3.
So, military veterans and their right to vote is less important than you being able to remove people from voting rolls.
That's not what.
I understand. Thank you, sir.
Question recurs on the adoption of amendment number 4. If you favor the gentleman's amendment, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 4 is adopted.
All right. And back on the bill.
I believe the gentleman from Hines has an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, my bill is real simple.
Give the gentleman your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, my amendment is real simple. It excludes active duty military and reservists from being afflicted by this bill. That's the explanation of my amendment.
Chairman wish to respond.
This one I'm for. This is what I thought the other bill or amendment was going to do. The other one is for disenfranchising crimes. I am for this amendment.
You recognize to close on your amendment, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the years, I spent about 9 years deployed somewhere during my time in the military, and I was back and forth for all those years. And I would be really sad to know if I came home one day and I was purged from voter rolls. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman.
Gentlemen, do you yield for a question? Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Thank you. Yield, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
I want to make sure you said deployed, active duty that's
Active
deployed.
and reserve.
So they're going
While they're on active
so
duty.
if they're here, so if they're deployed, they're okay. But if they're here not voting,
If
So
they're
what-
active and reserve.
so
They're still in service to the
So
state and this nation. And those members who are still in service to the
Right.
state and the nation should not be purged of the voter rolls in the state that they're
Okay.
serving.
thank you.
Don't see any further questions on the amendment. Question occurs on the adoption of amendment number 5 to House Bill 1310. If you're in favor of the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 5 is adopted.
We are back on the bill. So
We are back on the bill, gentlemen.
Open for questions.
Questions on the bill. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, are you aware that we have multiple counties in this state that have more registered voters than residents?
I am.
I think you got a great bill here. It will help to take care of some of that problem. But would it not also be true to say that if you vote against this bill, you're voting against suffrage and the veterans now that that amendment's in there, having their right restored to vote?
Sounds that way.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Good bill.
Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. Gentlemen, yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, we have a right to vote that's given to us by the constitutions and our laws, right?
Correct.
Yes, concomitant with that, don't we have a right not to vote?
Yes, sure.
We shouldn't have to pay a penalty if we decided for whatever reason that we're not going to vote in a particular cycle.
This isn't a penalty for not voting. This is a penalty for not responding to the card that the clerks will send you.
Presuming that it's sent and you receive it.
Correct.
Okay, so the card was sent because you didn't vote, right?
Correct.
Therefore, the card, if it's sent and you don't receive it and you don't respond to it, obviously, then you're penalized for deciding not to vote over a particular cycle. Is that correct?
You're not penalized. You can always vote affidavit ballot.
Affidavit ballot. Okay. All right, gentlemen. Thank you.
Yes.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum. Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you said that this bill was modeled after some Ohio legislation.
Correct.
Are you aware of the impacts of that legislation?
I'm aware that it went to the Supreme Court and they upheld it.
And it went to the Supreme Court because hundreds of thousands of voters were purged from the list erroneously.
Okay.
Okay. All right. And so if I receive a card and I don't respond to that card, and I get put on the inactive list, right? And for whatever circumstance, I don't respond to the card. I get put on the inactive list. Then after a certain period of time, after one cycle, I can then be purged. Is that right?
If you don't vote and you get sent the card, you've got 4 years to respond to that card or do one of the qualifying things that we just went through.
And so when I go back to vote, I can't vote by affidavit at that point.
Yes, you can. All you have to do is
You can vote by affidavit, but it wouldn't count because you've been purged.
No, that's not correct.
Well, you can only vote if you're a registered voter. And so if you've been purged, that means that you're no longer registered to vote.
Okay, I got an explanation. If you vote affidavit, you're essentially voting so you would not be purged at that point.
No, I understand that. What I'm saying is that if you miss that cycle and you go to vote after that cycle in a municipal election, what have you, presidential election, and you say, I'm Zakiya Summers, I'm here to vote, and they say, I'm sorry, you're not on the list. You say, well, why am I not on the list? You say, well, you've been purged. At that point, you cannot vote. You cannot vote by affidavit.
Right, well, that's, okay. She clarified, yeah, that's correct, but you can always re-register. You wouldn't be able to vote in that election.
But you have to be registered at least 30 days before the election.
Right.
And so therefore your vote is being denied because you had no idea that you were on the inactive list in the first place. And you get purged and then you therefore can't participate in our elections. So going back to the gentleman from Lawrence County, it is indeed a penalty.
It will be a penalty if you do not respond. That's the point of it. We're trying to clean up the road.
And if you don't vote.
Well, that's one of the triggering mechanisms, yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
So what happens if nobody I want to vote for is running for office and I choose not to vote for none of them? None of them are worthy of my vote. So what happens to me if I choose just not to vote for candidate A, B, C, or D? So what happens to me?
You can show up for jury duty or you can respond to the card that the clerk's going to send you.
So I'm 65. I don't qualify for jury. I don't have to do jury duty. And all the folks running don't tickle my whatever for me to vote for them. So what happens?
You respond to the card that the clerk sends you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right.
Don't see any further questions.
Move final.
Gentleman from Copiah, did you want to speak on the bill? Anyone wish to speak on the bill? I've had a few requests and then we're. Mr. Chairman, do you wish to close on the bill?
Call for the vote.
All right, no further discussion on the bill. If not, open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question recurs on House Bill 1310. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 86 yeas, 31 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to go to item number 32, House Bill 241. Call the gentleman up from Covington to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Covington, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 241, we passed this, I believe, unanimously last year. Did not meet a good fate on the other side of the building, but this would say that campaign finance reports that are submitted by fax or on the online portal or emailed are deemed received if they are received by the office by 11:59 p.m. on the deadline day. Right now, if they don't get them before 5 p.m., they penalize you until the next business day. And that's the description of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Don't see any, gentlemen. Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you're in favor of House Bill 241, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 113 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 33, House Bill 1306. Call the man up from DeSoto.
Gentleman from DeSoto, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1306 comes to us by way of the Secretary of State's office. It's a simple bill. Lines 97 through 100 deal with qualification. It basically just says that it requires candidates to fill out the proper paperwork as expected in law. The second section, lines 149 through 151, just treats judicial candidates the same way that we in this chamber are treated when it comes to filing an annual report after an election year. And that's an explanation of the bill. I yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Just not on this bill, just to hold the bill on a motion at the proper time.
Hold that thought, gentlemen. Questions on the bill? Don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
It moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1306. If you're in favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 102 yeas, 13 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 34, House Bill 552.
You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 552, what it's doing is raising the pay for poll workers from $75 to $150. If the person that picks up and receives the box, they'll also get an extra $30. It's just trying to encourage us to be able to get better poll workers. That's the explanation of the bill. I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Warren, Mr. Denton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, will you yield?
Yes, sir.
I'm for your bill. Just want some clarification. When you say pick up the box, what box are we talking about?
That's the poll box, the box that has the supplies in it, and then that they take to the polling precinct. Generally, the poll manager come by. Either poll manager or some poll worker will come by and pick that box up.
Okay, so if the poll manager is doing that job also, will they get an extra $30?
That's correct. They're going to get an extra $30 for picking that box up and bringing it back.
Even though you're going to give them a double their salary right now, they still get an extra $30.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Stamps.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
What about a situation where a poll manager may be getting paid more than this? Would that preclude them from a local county from paying them more?
I'm sorry, say again?
Is this limit the pay or raise the pay? Is this just a limit?
It raises it up to $150 now. If the county chooses to add, they can add another 50 to it. Some counties do that.
Don't see any further questions on the bill, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor House Bill 552, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted.
Elections yield the floor.
Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 3 nays, the bill passes. Chairman Judd B.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd call up item 35, House Bill 696 as a committee sub. I'd call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Would you recognize the lady from Hines to handle the bill?
And we've got a committee sub as well, gentlemen.
Yeah, we'd like to call up the committee sub and adopt that, please.
The gentlelady moves that the committee sub be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the committee sub, lady. You may present the bill.
Thank you. This bill simply clarifies the boundaries of the CCID. That is all that the bill does. There's nothing else in here other than the boundary lines. The boundary lines were included yesterday in the bill that was voted on, but those boundary lines are not what were agreed upon between members of the Hinds County delegation, and the bill that you have before you today includes what was agreed upon among those delegation members. There are some areas that were included that were requested to be taken out of the CCID boundaries, and my bill does that at the request of those members who represent those areas. So that's a brief explanation of the bill before you.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lady, do you yield?
Yes.
Okay, so for some of us in here that are below the Pearl River, as it comes down, we are against the One Lake project. And so my question to you is, all of this boundary now includes the Lake One project that we're going to go out and police and have all of these things to include One Lake project?
The existing CCID boundaries, without any changes, it would include that area already.
So I need to vote no on this bill? If you were against that, would you?
The CCID boundaries as they exist today would already include the One Lake area. So if you voted no, that's not going to change that.
Thank you, lady.
You're welcome.
Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlelady Yield,
Yes.
we talking about a district, expanding a district here, and we don't even have a map or anything to look at to see what we talking about expanding?
I could probably get you a copy if you want to look at it. I do
want one
have.
2 days from now. I'd like to have it on my desk right now.
I can bring it to you in just a second. But if you're at all familiar with the city
I'd
of
like for you
Jackson.
to read it to me and tell me where it is.
Yeah, so it goes to County Line Road as the northernmost boundary. The easternmost boundary is Pearl River, the Pearl River down until it connects with I-55 essentially. The southernmost boundary remains unchanged essentially from existing boundary lines, and the westernmost boundary lines remain unchanged with the exception of about 2 blocks.
And this is all going to be involved in the Capitol Complex and go all the way down Lakeland Drive and all to Pearl River?
Yes.
Bad bill.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes.
Was the map that was stuck on our desk yesterday, does it appropriately represent the new boundary lines?
I don't believe so. I think that the map that was on your desk yesterday, it's not zoomed in enough for me to see streets, but I think that map shows that going all the way down to Highway 80 that map was passed out by Representative Summers, so she might be able to answer that more specifically. So the southern boundary line in that map that you got yesterday, I believe, is incorrect, and that is what is fixed in my bill.
Okay, but it does include the Pearl River up to the county line on the north side?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't want the gentlelady to mischaracterize what's going on in this bill. You stated that there was some agreement made with delegation members. The conversation was that I had constituents that wanted to be included in the CCID for infrastructure improvement.
Correct.
But
and
as soon as we got word that CCID was going to be blown into an unconstitutional battle to create a court, I talked with you about not including that in the
that's what I
district,
did.
and you agreed.
That is correct.
Okay, so I don't want you to mischaracterize to this body that members of the Jackson delegation came to some agreement that we're okay with the CCID expanding.
That's not what I said.
Because that's what this bill is doing. It's expanding the Capitol Complex.
What I said is that the map that was in the bill that was passed yesterday does not include what you specifically asked me to take out. And what I'm presenting to the body today takes out what you asked me to take out.
So why does this map include City of Ridgeland in a Capitol Complex improvement?
It does not include the City of Ridgeland.
Well, on line 9 it does.
It does not. It has the word Ridgeland in it, but it does not. The map does not include the City of Ridgeland. It is the northern curb of County Line Road.
Which is in the City of Jackson or the City of Ridgeland?
The curb, a couple of inches, is technically Ridgeland, but the City of Ridgeland is not encompassed in any way, shape, or form in this. And
well, the language is clear to me. It says the City of Jackson, Mississippi, and the City of Ridgeland, Mississippi.
Because of the northern curb of County Line
So
Road,
the commission of the Capitol Complex Improvement District could then divert taxpayer dollars that are meant for Jackson to Ridgeland.
To the northern curb of County Line Road.
In Ridgeland.
To the northern curb of County Line Road.
Don't see any further questions.
Final passage.
Lady moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor House Bill 696, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 67 yeas, 47 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Judd B., 1 second. I believe the gentleman from Adams had a request. Representative Johnson, did you have a request earlier to hold a bill?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to hold House Bill 1310 on a motion reconsider.
We will do that. Thank you, gentleman. You're recognized, Chairman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 36, House Bill number 533. I'd call it up, make use of motion, and ask if you recognize the lady from Panola to handle the bill.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlelady, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 533 is a change in the adoption procedure where basically the courts can decide if a home study should be granted or if it could actually be waived as determined by the courts. In addition to that, it also makes it a misdemeanor if an individual discloses information from a closed adoption and it leaves a civil penalty in there as a measure within the courts as well. And that's the explanation of the bill. I'll entertain any questions.
Questions? Gentleman from Union, Mr. Creekmore.
Introduction out of order.
Okay.
1 second, gentlemen.
All right.
I don't see any questions on the bill, lady.
Move for final passage.
Lady moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor House Bill 533, vote aye. If you oppose, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Union, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to welcome to the House of Representatives a beautiful lady from New Albany, our Main Street Director in the South Gallery, if you'll stand up, Billie Jean Stroud, formerly of Inawaba County.
Welcome, lady. Mr. Chairman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 37, House Bill 1477, call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Move adoption of committee sub.
Gentleman moves committee sub would be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
The bill extends the repealer on the harvest permit program. That's the explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Lawrence for a question.
Thank you, Speaker. Gentleman, you,
Yes, sir.
what's the maximum weight that's allowed on the highways now, including a harvest?
I think it's 86,000 pounds.
How much?
86,000.
86 total.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Neshoba, Mr. Bounds.
Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, will you yield?
Absolutely.
Look, just want to be sure, in your original bill, I think there was a fee increase on the harvest permit. Is that out of here?
I'm sorry.
There was a fee increase?
There is no fee increase.
Okay, thank you.
Don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move adoption.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor House Bill 1477, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to House Bill 723, item 55. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I move adoption of committee sub. Committee amendment. I guess we've got
Our clerk's trying to get to our bill, gentlemen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this bill comes to us from the gentleman from Hines.
Hold on 1 second, gentlemen. Gentleman moves the committee sub be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original. Sorry, gentlemen. You're recognized to explain your strike call.
Ladies and gentlemen, this would authorize the Airport Parkway Commission to perform a study on, feasibility study on establishing light rail between the Jackson Airport and downtown. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move adoption.
Question occurs on the adoption of strike all amendment number 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted.
Nothing further, Mr. Speaker. Move adoption of the bill.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 108 yeas, 6 nays, the bill passes. Next item,
Mr.
gentlemen.
Speaker, I'd like to go to item 56, House Bill 1003. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Move adoption of the committee sub.
Gentleman moves that committee sub would be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate the work of the committee and DPS and the Senate on this bill. This is our regulations as they relate to fully autonomous vehicles in Mississippi. It does require law enforcement interactive plan, and this is an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Don't see any, gentlemen.
Move adoption.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor House Bill 1003, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas, 4 nays, bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
I'd like to go to item 57, House Bill 618. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill comes to us from the gentleman from Scott. We passed it for him a couple of times, and what it does is allow DOT to enter into public-private partnerships for maintenance and of primarily rest areas and welcome centers. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Now, gentlemen, does this, when we enter into these public-private partnerships, is this going to impact the number of any of our state employees? Will any of them lose a job?
No, ma'am. I don't know if you've visited very many of our welcome centers or rest areas, but the maintenance on them is not up to par. And if we could get local industry to sponsor that, and in exchange for them maintaining those areas, I believe that would be a significant opportunity for MDOT to spend money elsewhere, and we wouldn't get rid of those employees. We'd use them to do something else.
Okay, so what you're saying is that even though we don't have a welcome center in our area, but if we had, if Howard Industries or if Wayne Farms wanted to, they could go in a partnership with DOT, keep up the place. Now, would they be allowed to advertise there?
Exactly. That's exactly right.
Okay. And so would they control all advertisement, or would that be a function of DOT?
That would be a matter of the details of the contract, ma'am. They could split it with several other companies if they wanted to and have them all advertised there.
Okay, but it's just to say.
Be the details of the contract.
Okay, so one entity could.
Yes, ma'am.
Control. Okay, all right then. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for getting that right. You're all right with me. Gentleman, yeah?
Absolutely.
So normally in public-private partnerships, there ends up being a long-term contract. So for instance, it's going to cost me $2 million to redo this particular rest stop and who's going to be responsible for the financing and the bonding to repay back that construction? Because see, in public-private partnerships, the private entity will go ahead on and build out the project, and then the payment of it has to come on the back end. So who's going to be responsible for that? Unless I'm misunderstanding what we're trying to do.
Well, I think, I don't think that we're talking about capital funds here. I think we're talking about maintenance funds. So they would just be responsible for maintaining the rest areas or welcome centers.
All right, thank you.
Don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move adoption.
Gentlemen, moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 618. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By over 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. We will go back to where we were at item 38. Chairman passes. Item 39, Judd B. Chairman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On item number 39 and 40, I would skip those and ask that they go to the hill of the calendar.
We will do that, gentlemen.
Call up item number 41, House Bill 451, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
We recognize the gentleman from Rankin.
The gentleman from Rankin is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, this bill is very similar to the same one that we've done in the years past. The problem that we're trying to solve is there are some rules put in with the Supreme Court a couple of years back, and when they did that, there were some folks gave some misinformation to some of the courts, and so what happens now is you get put in jail on a Friday night. They won't use a bond schedule, even though there's a bond schedule in the court rules. So what they're trying to do is simply allow it, so either the judge can set a bond schedule or you can use the schedule that's in the Supreme Court rules. That's my explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman, yeah.
Yes, sir.
So you telling me that the police department, upon making an arrest, the bond schedule that's there, they won't be allowed to use that bond?
No. If they have a bond schedule, they can use it. The problem is there are a lot of places that have been told that they can't use a bond schedule, which is incorrect. There's a bond schedule in the Supreme Court rules. This is just clarifying that they can use that bond schedule or have their own bond schedule.
Okay. So let's say a person was arrested over the Friday, and it had to stay over the weekend. Bondsman waiting there. Of course, he talks to the judge.
I can barely hear you.
I said bondsman's there waiting at the police department to bond this person out, and then they call the judge, and the judge decided, okay, that crime that was committed, the bond is reasonable, and they set that bond.
Yeah, like in some places you go, they get booked in on a DUI. The police officer knows that when they get them booked in, that the bond's going to be $1,000, whatever it is that schedule says. That's the bond that can be posted at that point in time. The issue is there are places where they have been told that they can't use the schedule for whatever reason. They've been told that, but they have been told, and they're not using the schedule, so people are staying in jail all weekend, sometimes up until Tuesday before they can get before a judge.
Okay, so this will help eliminate.
This is helping that. This is getting people released.
Don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 451. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. House Bill 483, item 42, call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Lady from Lowndes, please recognize.
Lady from Lowndes is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is House Bill 483. It's very simple. All it does is it extends the sentencing date at the judge's discretion for nonviolent offenses only up to 12 months. And this would allow for assessments, mental health, drug, something like that for offenders. I yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, lady.
Move for final passage.
Ladies, move for final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Question recurs on House Bill 483. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, item 43, I'd ask to be skipped and placed on the heel of the calendar, please. And I'd call up item 44, House Bill number 912. Call up the committee sub.
First, the gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The gentleman calls up the committee sub that it would be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Committee sub. You're on the committee sub, gentleman.
Okay, gentleman from, I'd ask you, you recognize gentleman from Wayne to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Wayne, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 912 has become known as the Suppressor Freedom Act in other states and simply creates a path to ownership outside of the standard hoops that are required by the federal government. We're just stating that if the suppressor is made in Mississippi, sold in Mississippi, and never leaves the state of Mississippi, that there's no interstate commerce which would exempt them from federal regulation. There is, the last section has a trigger clause that states this would only go into effect after an affirmative vote by the Supreme Court, because there's a case on this exact law from another state in front of them now. But I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield?
Absolutely, gentlemen.
So you said enforcement of this pending federal law? Did I get it right?
So the state of Texas passed a very similar piece of legislation, and that has made its way through the court system and is in front of the Supreme Court now. And we just put a trigger clause that this would not go into effect unless the Supreme Court rules in their favor.
All right. Thank you, John.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Gentleman yields.
Yes, sir.
As a supporter of the Second Amendment, can you tell me right now who are the two organizations, just two organizations that use suppressors? And what suppressors are used for?
I'm sorry, gentlemen, say that again.
What two organizations use firearm suppressors, and what are they generally used for?
Suppressor is a device that goes on the end of a gun and simply muffles the shot. Doesn't make it quiet, doesn't silence it, it just makes it hearing safe. It would eliminate permanent hearing damage. And so it's not like what Hollywood makes them out to be. It's a much different device.
No, that wasn't the question. The question was, which two organizations use firearm suppressors right now?
I'm not aware of that, gentlemen. I don't know the answer to that.
Special forces in the military and some special police units.
Okay.
So is this something that's good? And I stated, I'm a supporter of the Second Amendment. So is a firearm suppressor good for an average everyday citizen, whether they're going to skeet shoot, they're going to hunt, or just target shooting?
I would answer that as yes. I've got several. I know many members here have got them. They're most commonly used in hunting application because it eliminates hearing damage when you do shoot. But I would submit to you that it is a good purchase for the average sportsman.
Okay, I'm glad you said it for the average sportsman. But by Mississippi being a constitutional carry state, this bill will allow any everyday citizen to carry a suppressor, knowing that we have a high probability of some people getting a hold to firearms using them illegally. But we want to put suppressors on it and make it easier for some people to get suppressors and utilize suppressors in our state. That's what I'm asking.
Gentlemen, I did a little bit of research because I was anticipating a similar question. And the ATF statistics show that the usage of suppressors in crimes is extremely low. The most recent data that I could find was a couple years old, but it stated that out of 1.3 million suppressors sold, that only 44 have been used in crimes.
And the reason being because most people think that a firearm suppressor is illegal. A lot of people don't know that they are legal in certain instances. But when we do this and we market this, it's going to be put out, and people who shouldn't have them is going to have them. Are we good?
Gentlemen, I submit to you this is a good piece of legislation.
Okay.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Rosebud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, do you yield?
Yes, sir, gentlemen.
Piggybacking off of my colleague that just came before me, I too believe that we all should have capability to have our firearms. I definitely believe that. But are you aware of the fact that we talk about a lot of crimes that are being committed in these areas? And the only reason that individuals are able to witness some of these crimes is because those weapons have not been able to be muzzled or suppressed, as you would say?
Gentlemen, have you ever heard a suppressed gunshot?
I have. And I've also been in position to use them in various situations. But we have to realize that all the things we do for good, also there are individuals that use them for bad. It's great for hunting, that's true. But we have to come to the realization that the things we legislate in this body doesn't always go to people with good sound minds that have good sound thoughts about the utilization. I think that if we're going to do this, that we should have some limitation about it and say that it's for hunting. Now, however, we know that that also opens up a gate for everybody to go in and say they're hunting with it, right?
Gentlemen, I would disagree somewhat. There are a lot of people that shoot firearms that don't just go in hunting. Whether you're a competition shooter, if you can protect your hearing with one of these devices, I would submit to you it's a good piece of legislation.
Well, let me reword it. We should limit it to sportsmanship to make sure that these individuals are involved in sportsmanship such as hunting. Those individuals should have hunting license. They should be registered within some type of sportsman activity, because otherwise all the things we've been talking about that affects these communities that we're talking about helping, that's going to become wide open, and we're going to have more people that are getting murdered and everything else that falls between the lines. Because just as my colleague said just before me, there are individuals that don't realize that you could legally own this object at this time. So, I guess I now have another question. Would you be amenable to an amendment to say that we would limit it to only sportsmanship type activities?
Gentlemen, I understand where you're coming from, and I don't know that I would be amenable to that exact amendment, but maybe we could look at something along the lines of having to fill out the same form that you do for a firearm, go through the background check, go through similar hoops on that side.
Right, because I really think we need to put a strong hold on this. And again, I love firearms. I like them. But there's not everybody is at sound mind that needs to be able to utilize these, because as you know and I know, everybody doesn't use it for sportsmanship. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jimmy Hill.
Yes, sir, gentlemen.
Let me first of all thank you for your consideration. You said you would look at reconsidering and put some stipulation into this.
Gentlemen, we can look at that for sure. I want to say that maybe you already have to do that, but I can't commit to you fully on that, but it's worth looking into for sure.
And my reason is that these suppressors, they haven't been a high commodity.
I'm sorry, gentlemen.
It has not been a high commodity where we have seen a lot of them out. And once you start putting them on the market where a person can purchase these suppressors, it's almost like a silencer on a gun. These silencers that one time was used and you never knew the gun had been fired. So my question is that there has not been a lot of research into it, so would you be considered looking into researching a little bit further?
Yes, sir, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Hill.
Yes, sir, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, I don't know that much about suppressors, but I do know there's a high number of guns being stolen in this state, and I know there's a high number of ghost guns being used in this state. So is there a way to track, are there serial numbers for these particular suppressors and stuff like that? How do we track who
There would be.
uses suppressors?
They would be serialized and they would have to be stamped, made in Mississippi, and the manufacturer's name would be on them.
So the manufacturer name will be on them and the person who purchased it.
It would not be stamped on the body of the suppressor
But we would have a
itself.
tracking mechanism on the person who purchased it, what I'm asking.
If they did the 4473 form, they would.
So I can buy a suppressor without it being tracked?
No, sir.
I'm a little confused. You said if somebody, so let me be clear. If a person purchased one of these devices, is there a tracking mechanism?
There would be. There would be a serial number on the suppressor. And if they filled out the 4473, which is the same form that you would have to fill out to buy a firearm, then there would be a way to track that.
Okay. So can I buy a suppressor if I do not have a record of me owning a gun? So can I just buy a suppressor?
Currently or under this law?
Under that law currently. Can I just buy, I have no record of me owning any type of firearm. Can I buy a suppressor?
Yes, you could.
Okay, so how do we know how will we know in this legislation or any piece that a person does not have a stolen gun and is buying a suppressor? If you can buy it without having ownership of a gun. Don't you think the ownership of a gun and a suppressor should go hand in hand?
Gentlemen, there's no way to track that.
So there's no way to track who has a gun, who does not have a gun. So you can't buy a suppressor if you don't have a gun. That's what I'm asking. I asked you, can you buy a suppressor without owning a gun? You said yes.
Yes.
So why would a person who does not own a gun need a suppressor?
Gentlemen, there's no way to know whether someone owns a gun or not. There's not a gun registry where you can look up if someone owns a gun.
So don't you have, before you purchase a gun, don't you have to be qualified to purchase a gun? Don't you have to show your driver's license, ID and all that? And they do a background check before you buy a gun?
That's on a new gun, that's correct.
Okay, so that's why I'm asking you. Can a person buy this suppressor without going through all the same steps?
Gentlemen, if you had an older shotgun that you didn't want to use and I really liked it, I can buy it from you with no paperwork. But there's no way to track it.
And so shouldn't you be able to prove that you own a firearm by this suppressor? I'm just asking because I do know for a fact that several people who work in and around this body have had firearms stolen from them. Vehicles been broken in, firearms have been stolen. And I just don't want somebody having a suppressor with a stolen gun that's registered to somebody else, and by the time the background and all this come back, you done jam somebody up. I'm just asking this because I'm just concerned.
Gentlemen, I would disagree with you on that. I don't think we need to track firearm purchases.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum. Tell him you got to go, gentlemen.
All right, gentlemen. I'm talking to an authorized gun dealer right now, and it takes 10 months to go through the background check for a suppressor. But can we make sure in this bill that the things that's already in place for the state of Mississippi dealing with suppressors is not infringed upon? Allow that 10-month waiting period to stay in place. Can we make sure of that?
I think that's the whole goal of this bill is to eliminate that, gentlemen. If you go buy a firearm, they can do that background check in 1 day.
Okay, so right now, with the 10-month law in place, there haven't been no documented incidents with a firearm with a suppressor from a civilian in the state of Mississippi. So that seemed like a pretty good deal. So why we go and drop it from 10 months to overnight if 10 months is already working?
Gentlemen, the 10 months also comes with a $200 tax stamp. Are you? I'm assuming that he told you the whole process.
Yes.
Of how you have to obtain a suppressor, and the goal of this bill is to eliminate those hoops that the federal government requires you to jump through.
But those hoops are not just maintaining and providing a safe environment, but also putting a system of accountability for a person who really want to use this for hunting or sporting, as you said. If a person just want to go out and buy a suppressor overnight, and we don't know what we don't know what their mindset is to use that suppressor. But if a person waiting 10 months, it's 9 times 10 they're going to do what's right by that suppressor. Is that a fair statement?
Gentlemen, I think you would agree with me that 10 months is an awful long time to do a background check.
I don't think so. I don't think 10 months is a long time if we know the person buying it going to use it for good order and discipline and good intentions. But I do think if you do it short overnight, I think that's to be a problematic. But the 10 months should stay in place. Or you reduce it, say, to 8 months. But to make it where something that's used by specialized trained law enforcement community, specialized trained military personnel, and in certain situations, why we hinder that if that process is working right now in a proven method?
Gentlemen, would you agree with me that it should not be harder to buy a suppressor than it is the actual firearm itself?
Well, actually, I wouldn't agree with you because I don't think that if you're not a military trained personnel in a special unit, a specialized trained police officer, you should really be using no suppressor. Because when you go in to hunt deer, when you shoot the deer, you far away from the deer anyway. Whatever you hunt at, you far away from it. So you're not sneaking up on it. You're not doing no covert operations. You're not doing nothing that's helped you to have to stalk a person.
Gentlemen, the purpose behind a suppressor is not to sneak up on the animal. It's to protect your hearing from permanent damage.
But that's why different sports stores sell ear protection, earmuffs, whether they be soft or hard. Even when you go to gun ranges, you can't take a suppressor in a gun range. You got to have authorized hearing protection. Even on 2 guns right here, and I think it's Flowood, you can't take a suppressor in there.
Gentlemen, the ranges that I frequent will let you take a suppressor.
Okay, I'm not going to debate with you on that because I don't know where you go shoot at. I'm just saying the ranges I've been to on the Gulf Coast, and they don't allow you to have that in there. Just like you can't take steel tip ammunition in there, all right? And they check that. So what I'm just saying, if the bill stays like it is with the 10 months, or you reduce it by 8 months, you can even say 6 months, or even say 3 months. Even you go all the way down to 3 months, 90 days. 90 days is not such a bad thing to make sure that that person who's getting that piece of material is going to use it for the right thing.
Gentlemen, I think if someone has ill intent, a suppressor is not going to make them want to do it any more or any less.
What it will do, it will make them think. They will stop, think, pause, and they will proceed with extreme caution, knowing that they waited that long. A person who got ill intentions.
Questions, gentlemen. Let's limit our debate to questions on the bill.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Jump from Holmes. Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman here?
Yes, sir, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, I done read this bill about 3 times, and I'm still not sure what it's doing. I want to first look at Section 2. And at the beginning, it's naming various state agencies, state departments, and then over on line 92, it says an entity described in section 1 may not receive state funds if the entity adopts a rule, regulation, order, policy that enforces federal law described in subsection 2A. So are we penalizing state agencies if they enforce federal law?
Gentlemen, that's the only way that you can keep them from enforcing the NFA, National Firearms Act, which regulates suppressors. But again, this is pending a Supreme Court ruling.
And yeah, Supreme Court is the highest court. What they say is the gospel. After that, federal law always trumps state law. So how are we directing our state agencies to not enforce federal law when federal law trumps state law?
Gentlemen, the Supreme Court case that is before them does not strike down the NFA. It only allows a suppressor that is made in state, stays in state, sold in state, that does not violate interstate commerce to not be regulated by the state. And so that's what that case is in front of the Supreme Court.
So with that being the case, then what you're saying, if that's the case, then we don't even need the section that speaks about not enforcing federal law.
Gentlemen, this was a mirrored version of the Texas law that is going in front of the Supreme Court. So,
and over on section 3, it says, explain section 3 to me right quick.
gentlemen, various code sections throughout state law currently mention suppressors as prohibited items. And that is in there to amend those sections.
The purpose of section, and I want to make sure I'm understanding. So the purpose of section 3 is that those listed code sections is to amend those code sections.
Well, gentlemen, and if I'm reading it correctly, it's prohibiting anyone that has a felony from possessing one of those items. And I'm reading it quick here, so
yeah,
forgive me if I'm misreading.
And problem is Article 4 of the Constitution, I think Rule 105 of the House Rule says we can't amend statutes by reference without bringing those statutes forward. So it appears we are making an attempt to amend those statutes.
And gentlemen, I may have misspoke because I'm reading further along here, and I think the whole purpose of that whole section is just to prohibit a felon.
Mr. Speaker, I got a point of order that this bill amends section 9737.1, 9737.5, 9737.31 by reference, by not bringing the code sections forward in violation of Rule 104. If you give me a few minutes, I'll reduce it to right.
We'll give you a few minutes to put that point of order in writing. We'll set the bill aside. Chairman Judd B., you're recognized for the next item.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to, the next two bills, skip those and let them go to the hill of the calendar, please.
We will do that, gentlemen.
I'd call up the committee sub on House Bill 838.
Gentleman makes the usual motion, calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you want to call up the committee sub?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman moves the committee sub be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the committee sub, gentlemen.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Consumer Protection, well, I'll just read it. This Mississippi Tianeptine Kratom Consumer Protection Act. Earlier, I think this week, we passed a bill that basically placed tianeptine on the list of controlled substances. which I'm in favor of. This bill is a scale back from that, though. We all know how things happen here. Sometimes it's an all or nothing approach, and I don't like to have an all or nothing approach when we're dealing with stuff like this. So this is why I brought a bill that kind of scales back from there. This is a tianeptine kratom bill. What it does, everybody I think has been to a gas station or service station, and you've seen these products on the shelves, and I know a lot of people refer to these, or at least tianeptine, as gas station heroin. I can tell you horror stories of people who are addicted to it and or struggling and really losing their life because of these products. What this does essentially is it takes it out of the public view. It requires two forms of ID to purchase this, and you have to be 21 years of age to purchase both of these substances. So that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott. Item 47.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I hope that as y'all work through this process, that you all will go further and get some kind of sign where they have to sign, and then we'll be able to get these retailers, because they gonna be selling this stuff. You know, they gonna, cause what did OJ say, for the mean green. So I think I'm asking you that if, you know, as you go forward, can we, I don't want to do an amendment, can we look to?
I think we did, that was similar to years ago, what they did with Sudafed and stuff like that.
Can we look to put something like that in here?
I'm not opposed to it, no ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Gentleman from Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
You and I know the same people from Alcorn County that's contacted us. So this, refresh my memory there, this don't ban the sale of it. What does it do?
It doesn't ban it, but it basically regulates it. And more right now, it's not regulated at all, and it makes it illegal for anyone under 21 to possess it. And they have to have two forms of ID. They have to have a sign posted, kind of like what you see with tobacco, posted about it. Like I said, proof of age is required. Again, I support the drug policy bill that came out, putting it through a schedule, but I don't like having an all or none approach to things. This is just another vehicle so that we can hopefully get this product under control.
You and I has talked to the same people. Thanks, sir.
Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Rushing. Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, ma'am.
I love your bill. Does this make the kratom pure kratom, and does it take away all the junk that's in the convenience stores?
Well, that's the idea. I don't know the difference between pure kratom and not, but the idea, let me see if I can find you a definition. Kratom product means a food product, dietary ingredient containing any part of the leaf of the plant Mitragyna species or extract from it, manufactured as powder, capsule, pill, beverage, or other consumable form. So I would think that's a pretty broad definition of kratom.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Monroe, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Gentleman Yield?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry I didn't see it in the bill. How does this affect mailing? You know, a lot of people buy kratom. I don't know about tianeptine. That's some bad stuff. I know some people got mixed up with that.
I didn't hear you, but through the mail?
A lot of people order kratom through the mail. Does this affect that?
I'm not sure, other than the fact that they got to be 21 to buy it, that it's illegal for anyone under 21 to possess it. I don't think it impacts that.
Okay, thank you.
Lady from Pearl River, Ms. Wilkes.
Thank you. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes.
So right now, can anyone purchase this no matter their age?
I think that's correct.
Okay, and so this is going to establish 21?
It does, yes.
Okay, and so another question, like, where can this be sold? Is it taking it out of convenience stores, or where can you purchase it?
No, they have to have a process very much similar to, it says, they basically have to they're going to be regulated. I'm looking for that language here. If you'll bear with me 1 second. The retailer is going to have to register, and then they've got a whole bunch of process, the name, address of where they're getting this stuff, and they've got to be registered. If they're not, they're subject to civil penalties.
Okay, and right now there are no regulations, is that correct?
That's my understanding. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Okay, final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 838. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 2 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Okay, item 48, House Bill 870. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very simple bill, in the words of the gentleman from Tallahatchie. It just standardizes. I'd add it real quick. It just standardizes Justice Court appeals, makes it consistent with what the rules are from the Supreme Court, making it 30 days to appeal a judgment from Justice Court. That's next.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
So, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
What in the world is wrong with the Justice Court procedures right now? Would you please tell me what prompted this bill?
It's just an inconsistency right now. From my understanding, the statute is different from what the rules are. The rules allow us to appeal a bill in 30 days from a judgment of Justice Court, and I think the statute was, what was it? 10 days. So this is just bringing them consistent.
Would this improve the process, or is it slow it down?
I think it improves the process. Because it makes everybody know what the proper thing to do is. Makes it consistent. Gives people more time to hire a lawyer, more time to get their affairs in order if they want to appeal this. So I think it's.
So you're moving from 10 to 30?
It's arguably it's already 30 because it's under the Supreme Court rules. We're just making it consistent with that.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark. You got a question, gentleman from Holmes?
Brian.
You got a question on the bill? Don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage. Thank you.
Moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 870. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, the next 3 bills I want to just have read for the third time. And I want to call up House Bill 52 and ask the gentleman from DeSoto to handle it. House Bill 30, item 52, House Bill 33. I want to call it up and then call up the committee sub.
Okay. We will have items 49, 50, and 51 read for the third time, and now we are to item 52, House Bill 33. Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I believe we've got a committee sub, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. I move adoption of the committee sub.
Gentleman moves that the committee sub would be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do want to make sure that the 3 before this bill retain their place on the calendar.
Yes, sir. Read the third time and retain their place on the calendar.
Okay. Thank you, sir. House Bill 33 is the Representative Ashley Henley Investigative Authority Act. Many of you here served with Ashley when she came here in 2016 with several of us. Many of you also know that she was brutally murdered about a year ago. And during this time, right after she was killed, some of us that were very close to her were watching the investigation of her murder. It was obviously not a robbery. It was something that was perpetrated against her, and we felt like it was very likely that it was because of the position that she served here. So during that time, also during this investigation, the sheriff of that county also died. So we asked for the Department of Public Service to participate in that investigation, but we found out they could not unless they were invited by the sheriff. Well, there are instances where this is allowed, and that's what this bill does. It amends and adds a section on line 138 that says if an elected or appointed public official or a former public official is a victim of a violent crime, that if the governor believes it's warranted, he can ask the Department of Public Safety to then participate in the investigation. So this is just so, I mean, we are protected as individuals who serve. If there is something that the governor believes that crime was because of their service, then he can ask for the investigation. And that's what the bill does, and I am open for questions if anyone has a question. If not,
Questions. Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Rushing.
Yes. Yes,
Jim and Yield.
yes, sir.
I'm assuming, will that apply to officials all the way down to the local level, sir?
Yes, it does. If we read in here, it says municipal and city officials.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. Good bill.
Don't see any further questions. Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question recurs on House Bill 33. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. You want your item, you don't want to hold your item, gentlemen? You want it to go? Item 58. Chairman Judd B. Popular man, gentlemen.
All right, gentlemen, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I would call up item 58, House Bill 170.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
All right, would you recognize the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines?
Gentleman from Washington is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 170 established a domestic violence court for misdemeanor domestic violence charges. It'll be housed in the Chancery Court office, and the Office of the Courts will set up all the standards for having these particular programs. The domestic abuse courts will access the domestic violence fund to be used for domestic violence abuse courts. The remaining of the funds will always remain in a revolving fund. So basically, it'll self-fund itself after this. We start. There'll be initial appropriation in it of $500,000. But once that money starts, all the fines that deal with certain penalties will roll them to the domestic violence fund. That's the explanation of the bill.
You have an amendment.
Oh, yeah, and I have an amendment, too.
That just clarifies the fines.
Okay. I have an amendment.
You may offer your amendment, gentlemen.
The amendment clarifies all the fines and assessments. That's the purpose of the amendment.
Is that your explanation of the amendment, gentlemen?
Yes, sir.
Questions on the amendment? Don't see any. If you favor the gentleman's amendment, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
I yield for questions, Mr.
Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
Would the gentleman yield?
I do.
I have one question for you.
Yes, sir.
What did you say the jurisdiction of this court was going to be?
Chancery Court.
Chancery Court?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question recurs on House Bill 170. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Chairman of Workforce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up House Bill 844 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have a committee substitute.
Gentleman moves the committee sub be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the committee sub, gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 844 creates a grant program for the CTE programs at the K-12 level. It's roughly $1.2 million that will be reoccurring every year for micro grants to upgrade the equipment. This fund will be funded through the unemployment tax that normally or traditionally has went to the SWIB board, will now go directly to Accelerate Mississippi. And Mr. Speaker, that explains the bill, but I have an amendment at the proper time.
You may present your amendment.
Ladies and gentlemen, the amendment simply allows Accelerate Mississippi to look at online programs, virtual learning, and other avenues that may enhance the career coaches in their application of the expansion, and then it allows other after-school programs for 501c3s except to apply for their grant, and that's an explanation.
Questions on the amendment? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott, you have a question on the amendment? On the amendment? Question recurs on the adoption of amendment number 1 to House Bill 844. All in favor of the amendment indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Any further explanation on the bill, gentlemen?
Final passage.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott, has a question. Do you yield for question?
Yes.
Okay, gentlemen, the Mississippi Works Fund, this K through 12 Workforce Development Grant.
Yes.
Down in Laurel, can you tell me how that would work for Laurel and Heidelberg and my area?
I'm not familiar with that area, but if they have a CTE center, a career and technical education center,
Yes,
they
we do.
will apply a grant through Accelerate, and it'll be a micro grant, somewhere between 10 to 20,000 maximum. But they will apply for that to upgrade their equipment at their facility.
Okay, so now, the reason I ask you that question, at Laurel High School, we have the electrician construction program. Laurel City School District would be able to apply for up to a $20,000 grant for that program, right?
Yes, ma'am. Now, I'm not sure exactly on the $20,000 cap, but that's the way we envision it right now.
So it could be a little bit more, or a little
could
bit
be a
less.
lot less.
Okay. Okay. Now, the last thing I want to ask you about this bill. Now, if because I noticed that it's K through 12, but the emphasis is CTE.
Yes.
Has the committee given any consideration to, when we're talking about fighting crime and having all of these problems, at one time we had home economics, we taught social usage, we taught marriage and family living. As a way of creating people to go into the workforce, Has the committee, Office of Workforce Development, thought about some kind of proposal for something like that? Even if it's just a pilot, that we could look at it to see if we could get some best practices and if it could be replicated.
Accelerate is looking with the Department of Education to enhance all programs that benefit the workforce in our state. But that is still something that will be left up to the Department of Education.
Left up to the Department of Education?
With recommendations from Accelerate.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Had they thought about, with the SWIFT boards, maybe putting some dollars there for discretionary purposes that local school districts could compete for if they saw a specific need? You know, let's just say down in Laurel, we do have that construction program. Let's say we wanted to expand it to include finished carpentry or plastering, which is almost a lost art. I'm just saying.
That's what this bill does.
But we can't get but 20 grand out or up to 20.
Well, I mean, it's limited, 1.2 million is not a lot of money when you consider the whole state. But if this body has some more funds and we deem that's necessary, this will be a avenue for that to happen.
Okay, gentlemen. Well, I think that would be something good to happen, particularly, gentlemen, in these areas where we have, where we have a lot of things happening with our young people, that if we could get, start to intervene early and putting programs in place that they, that they could benefit from, that they could actually make them a couple of dollars in the summer, as an assistant and learning a trade, and not necessarily a trade. I mean, my brother can fix, but he has another, occupation, but he learned those things in school. So I'm hoping that there can be, through the appropriations process, some
This
more
is
money.
a start.
Thank you.
Move final passage.
We got some more questions, gentlemen. You continue to yield?
Yes.
Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner. He passes. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentleman yield?
Yes.
I think I heard you say that 501c3s, nonprofits would qualify to apply for this as well?
If it's for workforce development, workforce training, yes.
So it would have to be specific. It wouldn't be like some after-school program or whatever. It'd be specifically workforce training.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Oktibbeha, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes.
I just wanted to kind of inquire a little more about nonprofit participation. How does that happen? Is there a RFP, a request for a proposal, that will be set out by the state, or do they have to do it through the school system?
We would prefer, at the start, and it's such limited money, we would prefer it to go through the school system where they already established those programs. If not, but at the end of the day, Accelerate Mississippi will make those decisions on whether that is a strategic need for our state. And they will set the guidelines for that.
Okay. Do nonprofits have to get on a list or have to qualify to participate? How does that work?
Accelerate, we've authorized Accelerate to come up with that metrics on what it will take.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Criswell, for a question.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Yes.
I want to go back to the 501c3s. I know last year we had an issue with the Region Smart that was located in Tennessee. Now, it was a 501c3. Is there any limitation on this money being for an entity that's only in the state and not one that's located outside?
Gentlemen, Accelerate will set those guidelines. As I said, the main focus of this is K-12 through our local CTE programs already in existence. It's just if there happens to be another one, and there is language in here where they have to report where they spend the money, how many students, that type of thing. So there is an accountability mechanism in the bill.
Okay, and do you know on this money, does our state auditor have any ability to audit that, or who has the ability to audit that, make sure they're doing what they said?
I would imagine it would be the state auditor.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
I keep hearing you say Accelerate, and I'm really sorry to tell you, I have no idea who they are.
Accelerate is another name for the Office of Workforce Development. That's
But
sort of
it's a state agency.
It's technically not a state agency, but we are and we're in the process of funding it through the Appropriations Committee, where they have to appear before the Appropriations Committee, similar to a special fund agency.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Sounds like somebody knows.
Don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 844. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 5 nays, the bill passes. Announcements, Madam Clerk. We're good. Announcements by the members. And any chairman that wishes to have their bills read for the third time, this would be the time to do that as well. Gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to have for Judiciary A, item 8, Bill 1215 read the third time, and I've got some others. Item 68, House Bill 64, item 69, House Bill 995, item 70, House Bill 996, item 7, House Bill 726, item 8, 1215, item 90, House Bill 276, item 91, 1157, item 92, House Bill 3, item 93, House Bill 888, and item 99, House Bill 1216. I would like those considered read the third time, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Lowndes, Mr. Kareem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With unanimous consent, I inadvertently voted no on House Bill 88, and I'd like to be voted as yes.
Y'all, let's maintain order. The clerk's having trouble hearing the items for the third time that are being read, as well as vote changes. So give us your attention, please. We'll be out real quick.
Would you like?
There's no objection. We'll change the gentleman's vote. You repeat that again for him, gentlemen.
House Bill 88, I inadvertently voted no. I need to vote yes, please, with unanimous consent.
Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to request unanimous consent to change my vote on item number 31, House Bill 1310, from yea to nay.
There's no objection. Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to have item 94, House Bill 1034, read for the third time.
We will do that, gentlemen. Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Rushing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On today's general calendar, item number 106, House Bill 498, 107, House Bill 537, 108, House Bill 1072, item number 109, House Bill 700, wish to be read the third time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With unanimous consent, I'd like to change my vote on House Bill 1020 from no to yes.
There's no objection. Change the gentleman's vote. Change the gentleman's vote. Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Mr. Speaker, on item 121, House Bill 704, I'd like it read for the third time.
Gentleman from Alcorn, Mr. Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 83, House Bill 529, I'd like read for the third time. Item 84, House Bill 281, read for the third time. Item 86, House Bill 795, read for the third time. Item 88, House Bill 1045, read for the third time. And item 95, House Bill 532. And last but not least, 97, House Bill number 1105.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can have unanimous consent to change my vote on general calendar item number 55, House Bill 723, from yea to nay.
Is there objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark, you had a request.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to withdraw the point of order on House Bill 912.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will proceed. Thank you. Gentleman from Warren, Mr. Denton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unanimous consent to change my vote on the general calendar on item number 17, House Bill 1150, from yea to nay.
There's no objection. Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With unanimous consent, I'd like to change on today's calendar item number 47, House Bill 838. I inadvertently voted my deskmate no, and it should have been a yes.
He's holding his nose. Why are you doing that? No objection. Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Turner. Hold on, gentlemen. Start over.
Thank you, sir. Item number 98, House Bill 882. I'd like it to be read the third time. Thank you.
Thank you. Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. On item today's general calendar, item 31, House Bill 1310, my deskmate and I would like to ask for unanimous consent to be able to add more than 100 words to explain our vote on that bill.
Yes, lady, that will be allowed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like unanimous consent to change my vote on Bill 1150 to yea.
There's no objection. Change the gentleman's vote. What do you want to change it to, gentlemen?
Yea.
Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Oktibbeha, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like unanimous consent to change my deskmate's votes from, and that's on House Bill 1310, from yea to nay. That would be for Blackman or Osborne.
Repeat that, gentlemen, for the clerk. Which deskmate? You got a couple.
Blackman and Osborne.
Get that microphone close. They cannot hear you.
Blackman and Osborne, 1310, from yea to nay.
When I first got in this chamber, changing votes was very, very rare. We seem to have gone the other way on this deal. Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Reynolds.
Speaker, it's the only one I've changed this year. 1306, I would request be changed from yea to nay. Bill 1306. I believe that's item 33.
Your deskmate's objecting, gentlemen.
I object to him.
I voted there, he didn't.
Change the gentleman's vote. Lady from Harrison, Ms. Crawford.
Withdraw my request to hold House Bill 405 on a motion. And I'm not changing.
We will do that, lady. Notify the chairman. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Felcher.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request item 111, House Bill 124, and item 112, House Bill 1131 be read for the third time.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On page 9, item 100, House Bill 606, would like to have it read for the third time.
Gentleman from Oktibbeha, Mr. Roberson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an announcement at the appropriate time.
Now would be that time, gentlemen.
There will be a Judd B meeting immediately after adjournment. There will be a rules meeting immediately after adjournment.
We've got enough Judd B on the calendar, gentlemen. We don't need any more Judd B. So you want a rules meeting immediately upon adjournment?
Yes, sir.
Any further announcements from the members? Don't see any. I recognize the gentleman from Oktibbeha for the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. in the morning.
You've heard the gentleman's motion. Moves the House be adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House is adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.